All right, let's try that. Oh, looks like we might have sound. Okay. Let me see this. Oh, you paused it.
You paused it.
Oh, I didn't mean to.
That's all on you. Sorry about that one.
Let me make sure we have sound. Hold on. All right. Oh, looks like we have sound. Okay, magnificent. So
I can hear me through that.
Yeah, well, thanks, guys. Okay, so let me recap for what I was saying before that. So first, my phone, which is my camcorder for all of our live streams here, is always on developer mode. I don't know how it could have possibly gotten off developer mode. I didn't even think that was a possibility, but apparently it had happened. And so I went to plug it in to be like, hey, let's live stream. And your computer's like, hey, you're not plugged into anything. I'm like, no, my camera is absolutely plugged into my computer. And then also we couldn't find the cord for my mic. Now you wouldn't know that by the fact that you couldn't hear us when we started the live stream. But no, it was plugged in. I promise. My computer just wasn't told to get the audio from there, which you'd think it would remember. But, you know, it has these problems.
Yeah.
So, and also we had problems getting the HBO password, which we did also do. So we're working on all these things simultaneously, which brings us to beginning our live stream 47 minutes late.
Hey, I think late's better than never.
It's true, and especially considering we're doing a 3.5 hour classic tonight.
Oh boy.
So we were planning on being done at 10 PST. We're now going to be done at 11 PST.
I'm up for it. It's a fantastic movie.
I've never seen it.
It's one you need to see.
I know, and so like I am aware of a lot of the tropes. I'm aware that it was a big influence for George Lucas. I know a lot of these things. So I know, I think I have an idea of what I'm in for.
Yeah.
I've seen some silent films, which, you know...
This isn't
not. But when you're dealing with subtitles, you're going to have a similar experience.
Okay, yeah.
So, I have a little bit of an expectation what to do with there, or what to deal with there. Let's check with chat real quick before we start it, because they deserve it. They've been sitting around. I mean, you guys were pretty much here from the beginning, and I was really thankful for that. So, let's see. Where's the black and white? Sound was around before color, I believe. Yes, sound was around before color. You have some sound. You hear us. Revan's mask. It is here. It'll be 2 a.m. for you. That's right, Bill, because it is 3 hours ahead for you in Florida. We got Revan's mask, which looks significantly better.
Can we wear it? Yes!
As you wish.
The wrong one.
Let's try this one.
Wrong one.
This is not happening. I thought I must have taken off the hunk of junk because the Razor Crest was blown up. But I wanted to say what a piece of junk. But
you know, if you keep wearing that, you could change your name to Lone Star.
Lone Star. Please don't.
Like Loan.
Oh, Lone. Fun story. I picked my YouTuber name because someone called me Lone Star in the comments one time, and I misread it as lore, and I thought it sounded really cool. Not realizing it was an insult and a reference to Spaceballs. So that's how Lore Star was born. Because we were Dash and I were trying to brainstorm how do we transition, because he's Dash, you know.
Yeah.
How do we transition from Dash Star to something that's clearly the same channel but isn't specific to him? And we came up with Lore Star, again, because of that comment, which was really a hater joke.
So, point is that all y'all in the comments say something mean, and it might be the most influential thing that's ever happened to Z's life.
Might not be wrong. Let's see. So this video is brought to you by Adam and Eve.
Is it really?
It's really not.
Oh, well, that's disappointing. I was really hoping you had just picked up some of their,
This is their newest, insertion unit.
Oh! I don't know if we can make these kind of jokes.
It's not monetized. It's okay.
Did anyone come here for this? I hope no one else came here for this. I don't want to. Please be careful.
Yeah, this isn't breakable. All this is. No, this is my personal Kyberlite configuration. I mean, I like the Fallen Order one. I really like the Dark Saber. Let's see where we got this.
It's Iron Man.
It's my Iron Man lightsaber. I got the Dark Saber blade, which is pretty cool. That's pretty neat.
Oh, I gotta say, it looks better in person than it is in pictures. Oddly.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
So, no, I'm a big fan of the Darksaber package. That's going to be our next giveaway. We're starting that on, I think, April 1st, probably.
That's pretty rad.
Yeah, because we just gave away our first saber ever to Chase Novak. He was the winner, and he just emailed me today telling me that he got the saber. So I'm really excited for him because, so he said his favorite lightsaber was Cal Kestis lightsaber, so I gave him the Fallen Order Kyberlite package.
Even though he was wrong?
Who's your favorite lightsaber?
I'm not gonna tell you that. That's...
See, I picked the winner based on the lightsaber I was giving away. I was like, I'm giving away Cal Kestis lightsaber. So the person who says Cal Kestis lightsaber is their favorite, I'm going to pick from them to pick my winner.
Okay.
So it was a... But next giveaway, I can't do the same thing. Oh, I realized that was not what I was expecting it to be. And so the sip was disproportional to the amount I actually wanted to intake. So everyone knows it's going to be the Darksaber giveaway, so I can't do the giveaway the same way. So we're going to have to figure out how we're going to do this, because we're going to be doing the Darksaber giveaway. It's going to be really cool. But I would show you, but I like my Iron Man lightsaber. I think it's pretty cool. Anyway, one last look at comments before we get... Actually, I spent so long trying to get the computer working that I'm going to have to hit the restroom before we start. I'm going to do one last comment check. And then I'm going to give it over to Chrome. He's going to answer your questions and comments.
I'm going to not answer your I will respond to your questions. I think answering it is saying a little too much.
All right, so this is your fourth Toshiro Mifune. Mifune or Mifune? Toshiro... Is it Mifune? Mifune?
You know, it's a person's name. There's no proper way to pronounce it.
It can be regional. Just say it however you want to say it.
Yeah.
It'll be your fourth film, says Bill. Piece of junk, says Callie, probably talking about that dreadful helmet.
Oh, it's a dreadful helmet. I love it so much.
A murder implement in the galaxy far, far away. Lore questions. Oh yeah, he wants to ask you some lore questions.
Oh,
so you're gonna take this.
All right. I will
ask
be
him
here
some
for your
lore
lore
questions. I'm gonna go
I
to the
could
restroom.
probably answer more questions about the film we're watching.
Because I've never
totally
seen it.
honest.
So this is gonna be commentary from Chrome, reaction from me. So I'm very big on everything that has been inspired by Seven Samurai. So like Bug's Life. I'm an expert on Bug's Life.
Bug's Life.
I'm an expert on Rogue One. I'm an expert on that one episode of Clone Wars where they did Seven Samurai, and I'm an expert of that one episode of Mandalorian where they did Seven Samurai. And I'm an expert of the Rogue Ones. So I've got all the copycats down.
Yeah.
As for the source material, this will be a first time for me. So Chrome's going to be doing the commentary. I'm going to be doing the reaction. Right now, I'm going to be doing the relieving of liquids. You're going to be doing the reading of comments.
Hit me with some lore questions, or if you don't want to hit me with lore questions, you can hit me with like some weird lore that I'm pretty sure Z doesn't want to answer. We could do those kind of questions. I'm free and up for everything. All right. Yeah, he didn't mention the Magnificent Seven. He's I don't think he's seen that one.
I haven't.
I have heard a voice from far, far away. He has told me that he hasn't seen Magnificent Seven. So, yeah, I think this is one of the best movies out there. I know that this isn't... Who's Zildrog? Zildrog.
Who is Zildrog?
He's an alien because everyone in Star Wars is an alien.
That's not accurate, but it's a good guess.
Okay, he's distinctly wouldn't be played by a human person.
Okay. Well, no, well, even the aliens in Star Wars are played by human people.
Well, it would be heavy costuming upon a human person.
Okay.
I guess Padme also falls under that umbrella if I think about it too much.
Yep.
This is unfortunate. Zildrog. I have to get in the mental space of Zildrog. Do you know who Zildrog is?
Now to be fair, I do,
You do.
but I'm having a hard time remembering exactly who Zildrog is. So, I know I'm gonna hear it and be like, "Oh yeah."
I'm just gonna assume that the primary color of Zildrog is blue.
Wait, did Calic ask it?
No, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So, then, yeah, no, I know who Zildrog is.
Rancor, Lady of the Night?
Is that what he said?
No, that's Bill.
Oh.
Rancor, Lady of the Night? Excuse me? that needs some explaining. There is nothing.
So Zildrog is, if I'm remembering the name correctly, Zildrog is in Star Wars.
Oh, is that the keeper who like cries profusely when the Rancor like dies and
no.
it's a little awkward
No,
and
so-
you're kind of confused?
No.
And maybe there's some greater commentary that
No, so Zildrog is, if I'm not mistaken, if I'm thinking of the right person, this is who I thought it was. Zildrog is a mythical fire-breathing dragon.
Zakulan serpent god?
Yes, the Zakulian serpent god.
Zakulian serpent
So
god.
Zildrog is this mythical fire-breathing dragon, fictional in Star Wars.
Okay,
that
it's
some members of Zakul worship as the bringer of the apocalypse.
That's pretty radical, Kelly. Thank you for letting me know on
I was like, oh man, I know it's a meme even within Star Wars. Like, I'm pretty sure. So it took me a second to remember, but I did remember before anyone told me.
All right.
Rancor, Lady of the Night was not helpful though. Okay, so
Thanks, Bill.
I don't think he's wrong. Bill is rarely wrong.
You have put the worst imagery in my mind, Bill, and I guess that's why tonight was brought to you by Adam and Eve.
Adam and Eve. Also Manscaped. Oh wait, they don't know that I've been sponsored by Manscaped. I've been sponsored by Manscaped. That's gonna be fun.
He has maybe one of the best ads I've ever seen. Yeah, I got a sneak peek at it.
You got a sneak peek at my Manscaped ad.
It's a pretty good ad.
So, yeah, Manscaped. Keeps is coming up because I got lots of hair. Crumb doesn't.
Why do you have to hurt me like this?
I'm sorry. There's only 6 people watching.
Okay. Next time you have to do a Manscaped ad,
Mm-hmm.
can we get like Chewbacca, but hairless from the waist down?
Oh no.
I'm not saying like we fully render Chewbacca in, but like maybe like we use the powers of Photoshop to edit in like a raw chicken's lower half.
Oh no.
And maybe that's what Chewbacca looks like.
Chewbacca looks okay. We need to watch Seven Samurai. It's on HBO Max.
Yes.
We have it loaded up. I also have a countdown timer that I am going to start. What I'm gonna do now.
What are you actually gonna do now?
What I'm actually gonna do now is gonna hit start and then pause real quick. Just make sure the timer. Yep, there it is. We've got it paused at 1 second. Okay, so that timer on the top there. That is going to tell you that
Nothing important. Just
Adam and Eve and Raid Shadow Legends and Manscaped. Okay, so Raid. I'm sorry I took the Raid advert. I only took it if I said I will only take this ad if I can blatantly make fun of you in your own ad.
Also,
And they said okay.
This is Lore Star. You don't want Lore Star to make money?
I did spend all the money on all this. All the Saber giveaways I've been doing has all been from Raid's money. I'm just gonna point that out.
Oh, that's a cool move. You didn't tell me that.
Yeah, no. So all the Saber giveaways that I've been doing, and so like I've got, so all these boxes here, those are all Saber giveaways.
Oh, don't let
queued
them
up.
see the contraband.
I don't think they caught it.
Okay, cool.
That's a good call though. Thank you. I think we'll be okay though. Anyway,
We'll be okay.
so all those boxes there are all future giveaways that I bought with the money that Raid paid me. So those are all literally cluttering up my office, waiting for me to actually give them to people. So I'm doing like, I'm only doing one at a time. But no, so that was like my thing with Raid, because I know Raid sucks, and I'm sorry. But also Monster Legends, I took that one because I thought they were better than Raid.
You thought like the actual game itself.
Yeah, no, like I thought they had like a cool thing. Like their whole thing was like the monsters were like kind of cute, and so I was like, I'll like play on that. And they're like, oh, can you not talk about how the fact that the monsters are cute? I'm like, that's like your only angle. There are a million other games that do exactly what you do. What you guys do is that you do it, but with like Pokemon. It's like, imagine Raid Shadow Legends but with Pokemon. Like that's essentially what Monster Legends is.
I've got a cute monster game on my phone right now.
Is it Pokemon Go?
No.
So like,
Actually,
imagine
no.
Raid Shadow Legends but with Pokemon. Like that's essentially what Monster Legends is.
It's adorable.
Right? And so I'm like, hey, like, have you ever wanted, like, hey, maybe I want that, but with cute pocket monsters instead? They're like, yeah, can you not talk about the fact that our monsters are cute? I'm like, that's literally your only angle. That's the only thing you guys have going for you. Can I please talk about that? And they're like, no. They're like, and I'm like, we already signed a contract at that point, so it's like I can't like back out at that point. I already signed the contract, which is why normally I'm like really specific before I sign the contract. Like, these are the things I want to talk about. If I can't talk about these things, I won't do it. That's why with Raid, I'm like, I will blatantly make fun of you and get paid for it. And they're like, yeah, that's fine. With Adam and Eve, I'm like, I will not mention any of your products. I will not show any screenshots of your website. And they're like, yeah, that's great. I'm like, cool. So with Monster, they were just like, hey, you want to do it? And I was like, sure. And that was my mistake. So sorry about today's ad.
Do you think that maybe we could get some products from Adam and Eve to construct some sort of like Star Wars-esque looking character?
Are you asking if we can make
outfit?
Star Wars armor out of products exclusively ordered from AdamandEve.com?
Yes, that is what I'm asking.
And that's how they did it in A New Hope.
All right, we should
That's how
probably...
George did it. All right, hold on. One last look at comments, and then we'll go. Okay.
Admittedly, like, I imagine we're going to be talking over the movie a fair bit.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
You're right.
I will be constantly...
That's a great reference. Calic said, I guess he's colorblind because he hasn't played Raid Shadow Legends, parentheses, not scientifically proven. Fun fact, so my brother-in-law is actually colorblind. I actually asked his permission, can I reference you in my ad? Because, you were the one who suggested, hey, just sell it as snake oil.
Yeah,
And I was like, this sounds like a magnificent idea. I'll sell it as snake oil. Raid Shadow Legends will cure color blindness. Raid Shadow Legends will make it so you won't turn into Kathleen Kennedy.
Kathleen Kennedy, I hope she's doing okay.
She's probably in a real rough spot right now because, like, all the iron sights are on her. The fans, the high execs, whatever. Like, I don't know. Like, I mean, I don't think that... I don't like to see anyone in a situation where, like, they're in a rough spot.
This got real serious real quick. I was just trying to be nice to Kathleen Kennedy
No,
for
like,
like half a second and then go back to razzing her.
Here's the thing. After the Corona situation, it's really hard for me to justify anything Kennedy does.
Okay.
But I do still feel bad for her because it's like, I want her to do a good job.
Yeah.
I want her to do a good job. But she's not doing a good job. That doesn't mean, like, I'm not going to go Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers and just be like, I hate you because you don't do a good job. It's like, you know what? I just want you to do a good job. Like, I'm not going to bash on you. I'm not going to rag on you. Just please start not sucking.
Be the best like no one ever was.
I knew this was going either a Pokemon quote or a Bill and Ted quote. I'm like, it's 50-50.
It's because I started the sentence with B.
It's true.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so we're gonna watch
Seven Samurai.
Seven Samurai. We've got the timer
Toshiro
over there
Mifune.
over Chrome. It is on HBO Max. Load it up. I'm going to give you guys a countdown, and then we're gonna start it. So I'm gonna load it up. First, I'm gonna full screen it. So here we go.
What happened?
What?
Is it?
Oh no!
Is it not pulled up? What happened?
It was pulled up, but it must have timed out. Okay.
Okay. It's right. You see it?
Oh yeah, here it is. Okay, so we're just gonna hit play, but I'm gonna hit pause real quick. Okay, so we're paused at 1 second. Okay.
You can pull it back. It won't unpause if you pull it back.
Pull it back. No, but our
yeah.
timer's also at 1 second, so it's probably for the back. Actually, you know, you're right.
Yeah. So,
Now we're at 0 seconds. Okay. We're gonna hit play in 3, 2, 1.
can we do the full screen?
Yeah. I just have to get the timer first.
Nice.
And that,
Janice.
my friend, is 21 by.
Oh.
Oh no.
It's
Okay,
okay,
so
I was able-
we're about 4 seconds behind the timer. 21 by 9 aspect ratio?
Yeah.
Or 16 by 9?
Who
No,
knows? We'll find out.
no, we won't.
It'll say in the corner.
Will
It's
it?
got subtitles.
The aspect ratio?
The subtitles say everything.
No, they.
It's telling us what this crazy stuff is saying. Akira Kurosawa.
It's basically hieroglyphics.
So, I think
Sweet. The movie is supposed to be Japanese, right?
it's Japanese.
So why is the writing?
It's Japanese.
That writing looks Chinese.
It's Japanese.
Are you
I
sure?
hate to break it to you, but that is Japanese. It takes place in feudal Japan. This is Japanese.
It looks like Chinese writing. I'm sorry.
And, well, you know, everyone's wrong.
No, like I'm willing to admit that I'm probably wrong. I'm no expert on this. I think the only Asian language I'm an expert on is Korean.
A set clock is wrong twice a day.
I don't think that's accurate.
That's the expression.
That's not the expression. It's a broken clock is right twice a day.
Well, they've never seen my broken clock.
Was it running backwards?
No, it was slowly, like, over time, 5 minutes behind.
So that means it's right only once a day.
No, it's never right, because...
It would have
was
to be right
always-
at least once a day.
No, because it was always slow.
There would be
It was running slow.
right, but even if it's running 5 minutes slow in the course of 24 hours, right?
Sure.
That would mean it's only right once a day.
How would it be right if it's 5 minutes behind?
Because time would catch up to it. If it's always 5 minutes behind.
How would time catch up to it? It's 5 minutes
Wait,
behind.
okay, wait. Are you saying that it's running at the correct speed but set 5 minutes off?
More or less.
Okay, if it's running at the
Okay,
correct
it might.
I'm saying if it's running slow, it will be right at least once a day.
It was running slow, but at like a macro level where it only slowed down over the course of maybe like 2 years, and then you realized it was slow.
Gotcha. Okay, so yeah, I suppose. Even if it's running a millisecond,
It would eventually. It would eventually be right once.
Right.
But once in years, not day. However, this is Seven Samurai. We just ignored all the credits. Oh, we're getting
During the Civil Wars, an endless cycle of conflict left the countryside overrun with bandits. Peaceable folk lived in terror of the thunder of approaching something because the subtitles stopped.
approaching horse clops.
Horse clops.
Yeah. Hey, it's just like Star Wars.
Where we have an opening title. Or
It had opening text. Oh. So, not directly influencing Star Wars, but you know, the type of character that's going to be brought up. The useless peasant was a big influence on C3D2.
See through D2.
Both of them. I'll also mention Kurosawa was greatly influenced by theater.
Mm-hmm.
So it's worth noting that the exaggerated performances that you're gonna see throughout the whole movie,
Very dramatic, very stage theater.
yeah, that's what he's pulling from.
Makes sense.
Um,
I'm seeing that. Him standing up.
And these dramatic motions that they make. It's not just a relic of the era. It is an intentional thing that would carry through his career into like the 80s.
Mm. Oh wow.
Oh, that's grim.
C2D2. Now I've heard it all. I mean, the best vampires don't bleed their victims dry, but leave them enough blood so they can come back.
These are bandits.
Say, hey, you can come rob us next year if we're alive to grow you more food.
But maybe, bandits aren't well known for their
Reasonability.
reasonability. They're not investors. Otherwise, maybe they wouldn't have picked up the bandit lifestyle.
I was going to say this is the same tactic I use with my investors to make sure that I always get my cut. I can't make you money if I don't have enough to live on. Yeah, we got down to 3 people. Oh well.
Yeah,
It's fine. We're just doing this for fun.
we're having fun. And plus, it's Seven Samurai. It's a 3.5 hour long movie.
We'll be here for a while.
Can't expect everyone to sit through it. Want to eat a little slice of pizza?
Yeah.
Yeah. Grazie. That's Japanese, right?
Nope. Sure. This one that has the symbol that's pretty much the Empire is that Magnificent Seven.
Has the symbol?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it has a symbol.
This one does?
It has a flag.
It's pretty much the Imperial cog.
No.
Oh.
No, I don't think so. Although I could be proved wrong.
It was one of these samurai movies.
Huh.
It's like the Imperial symbol, 100%.
So, something worth noting is that most samurai movies that are filmed by other directors take place in different time periods.
Mm-hmm.
Kurosawa really liked the feudal area where no one was in charge and it was chaos. Most of the samurai characters that we're going to see in this film are people who are Ronin. You're familiar with Ronin, right?
Yeah. The legend? Or
Or the concept that, like, their masters have died and they are branded as failures.
Mm-hmm.
I also want to say I appreciate movies that, like, just have gross people in them. I don't feel like enough movies have just, oh yeah, they're all kind of gross and grimy and dirty and kind of nasty.
Miyamoto Musashi was a Ronin at some point. He was also played by, can I pronounce Mifune?
Oh, Toshiro Mifune. He's got the best character. Maybe. Like, look at how gross that dude is. And he's a good guy. Yeah, that guy had a unibrow.
That's developed unibrow.
Mm-hmm.
Is this samurai?
Yes.
Okay. I missed that.
He just walked into the scene. They had established earlier that they had robbed him. Or that the folk who are also residing in this shack. It's raining.
Rain.
Rain. There's water.
There's water.
There's water.
Just like in Sanctuary.
Well, another point that smarter people than me have brought up that the director is a fan of framing people next to these moving elements of nature.
Hmm. Interesting.
Maybe to make them feel smaller.
Hmm.
Oh, washing in the river. I wish I could wash myself in the river.
We got one. Like,
Well, it'd be a hassle for me to drive up here. Worthy of note, hair is a status symbol.
hair.
Hair. It's why monks notoriously hairless in Eastern cultures.
Keeps.com. I'm sorry.
Gotta keep rubbing it in.
That actually was not pointed at you. This channel is strictly not sponsored.
Only sometimes.
I don't think this channel's ever sponsored.
Oh, well, yeah, I guess this channel specifically. Kikaro!
Is this the samurai?
This is the samurai. He
That's-
shaved his head.
Right. That's what I thought.
The wind blowing up the dust.
Mhm.
Nature. Constantly affecting the world around them.
You said the kid was 7. That is not a 7-year-old's cry. Is this the second or the first samurai still?
The bald one?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
First?
First.
That's a thought.
He's the first samurai we've seen out in the wild. He's the one that rescued the kid.
Right. Well, I knew that. But I mean, is it the same one that was like, oh, I would have won if I wasn't so hungry?
No, it's not that one.
But that was a different samurai?
That was a different samurai.
So that was the first samurai?
That was the first samurai encountered in the film.
Gotcha.
But, as you'll notice, the peasants sat through that entire situation kind of unseen, unnoticed, uncared about. But they were just standing there watching, and the samurai didn't care.
Hmm.
That's kind of what George wanted the droids to be.
Dralafa.
Bamboo spears! Good old Kanbei, the moral compass of the film. So we've got the wise old man and the eager apprentice, right?
Mm-hmm.
These are the two they have. You know, pretty solid tropes.
Sure.
Everyone knows those. That's how we remember everyone.
I'm spending a lot of time with my eyes on the titles, the subtitles,
Mm-hmm.
so I'm not as able to pay attention to the faces as I'd like to be.
Yeah.
So I might not. I might need some reminding of which characters are which. Sir is sensei. Mind if I borrow the?
town theme song.
I don't even like. This guy's just, his face is just comedic relief.
It's constantly like he's horrifically meek. Isn't that what C-3PO is?
He's basically C-3PO the whole time.
Yeah.
Oh no!
Yeah, he's expressing.
Oh my! Except it's always the same expression, like 3PO.
The samurai didn't need to defend himself. He knew it was a trap.
Yep.
The loyal best friend has been added to the crew.
I'm having a hard time understanding the introductions without your explanations, though.
Okay.
I'm sure I would understand the characters more after a second or third viewing.
Mm-hmm.
But like on a first time, it's like I feel like someone's introduced and they are who they are right away, without telling me who they are. Like, what was the pertinence of the crazy person kidnapping the kid?
It was to introduce the wise old man.
Right.
It was to show his humility.
Right.
That he's the person to first and foremost understands the plight of the farmers, and he is the one who is going to help them
Right.
through.
Except it was another farmer that kidnapped the kid.
It was a city crime that happened while they were looking for samurai, and they just happened to witness it.
That actor's actually splitting that wood.
Mm-hmm.
That's actually impressive to split that many in a row in the first try like that. Oh.
He got caught off guard.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
There is no contest. Here's just death in slow motion. Or has so far. 2 out of 2.
Think of it in the way Mad Max uses slow motion.
Ah, man, we haven't seen Mad Max in, what, 2 or 3 years?
It's been a while for you.
Yeah, so I don't remember how he used slow motion.
He would frequently speed it up and slow things down to heighten the experience of what you're watching.
Right.
You were humming a lot at the duel they were having.
Well, I took martial arts
Mm-hmm.
as a kid, so I'm looking at their stances. I mean, it did have a lot in common with the duel itself taking 4 seconds and the posturing taking 45.
Yeah.
Very similar to Maul's final duel with Obi-Wan.
Mm-hmm.
I can see the inspiration there.
Yeah, and I wouldn't attribute that to this movie specifically, but
Right.
But
But
it's
it's
a general trope of samurai.
Right.
Yeah. I was almost gonna ask, like, oh, do you think they're doing something wrong there?
Yeah. I've taken
A handful.
a handful, but 3 specific sword fighting
Glasses.
combat styles.
Mhm.
Only one has you put your dominant foot forward,
Mm-hmm.
and that's fencing, which is a one-handed style, and competitive,
Okay.
and it's a sporting. It's not to the death.
All right.
Fencing is not meant to do killing blows. It's meant to get points.
Mm-hmm.
When you're wanting to do damage, you put your dominant hand or dominant foot
Foot behind you so
Back.
that you can.
so that you can. And they were both putting their right foot forward.
Mm.
And I was like,
Yeah.
that's weird. Because I mean, I know people who've done kendo. I've been instructed by people who've taken kendo. And you do your right foot back.
Huh. Okay.
And kendo is the Japanese
Mm-hmm.
sword fighting.
I mean, that makes sense. You want your
That's where the power comes in.
exactly.
So I was confused by that initially.
You know, maybe we can chalk that up to it being an old movie. Maybe that was a mistake on their part.
10 tiny mistakes you may not have noticed in Seven Samurai.
It's what people have been waiting for
For 70 years.
70 years. We got him.
My great-grandparents finally get the YouTube video they've been waiting for. Except they don't speak Japanese and they don't have patience for subtitles.
Oh.
Actually, my grandpa was super into samurai movies, though. And monster movies. He liked all the old Godzillas.
Ah, a man of culture.
Oh, it took 70 plus years. Actually, it'll be 70 years in 3 years, so it's 67 years. I need to get some water, I feel. Is this an okay time to pause? Or not pause, but tell me when it's an okay time to take a break.
Here's our master samurai
Ooh.
that we just saw duel.
Oh, yeah.
The master swordsman. They have 6. The wise old man, the student, the tricky one, the best friend, the woodcutter, and the master swordsman. That's 6. And now we get the wild animal.
By 3-2-D2. Is that the guy I put in the thumbnail?
Yes. You've also seen him earlier. He's popped up a couple times.
Oh, has he?
Yeah, he's been watching the wise old man from a distance.
See, I've been paying attention to the subtitles, so it hurts my ability to pay attention to the faces.
He was questioned over whether he was a true samurai when he approached the old man before.
Oh, I remember that.
I guess now's as good a time to get water as...
Yeah, I'll get some water. Be right back. Chat.
You know, all I know is that,
Oh, check under where you're sitting. See if there's some cloth under you.
see if there's what?
Cloth.
Cloth?
Cloth.
Totally missed out on what he was saying. What I will check up on is this pizza situation.
Oh, yep, right there.
What?
Nope, you sat on it.
What am I looking for?
Cloth. That's the one.
It's all warm from your butt. I'm sorry. What did you need a cloth for?
Just in case I'm cold.
What is it for?
Guess what it's for?
Mm-hmm.
It's a balaclava.
Hmm. You'd be wearing a balaclava.
It goes like this.
Because it's so cold.
I'm cold. Guess then I can go like this.
Then why are you grabbing water? If you're cold, just have more to drink.
I actually do need that water. Put that on. It's like I'm still thirsty.
Alright. Kichio made a total fool of himself. And it's assumed that they are now returning home. I think. Oh no, not the peasant daughter.
Is this one someone was making obscene jokes about? Yeah. Timestamp is... No. I'll have to use the mouse. Uh, 102. So wait, did you say the samurais are leaving?
Are headed towards the village.
Oh. They're always just in crowds, just Peering in. I'm just wandering around.
It's worth mentioning. This isn't important to the plot or anything. The rest of the samurai have katanas used for dueling.
Right.
Kikichio, the drunkard, his sword is not meant for dueling. It's meant for hacking down horses.
That's what I thought. I was going to suggest
It's-
it was for anti-cavalry.
Yeah, it's the equivalent of like a claymore, or
Sure. Now, I wouldn't have thought about that if you hadn't said that, but as soon as you said their sword's different, it's like, oh yeah, it's like a horse sword.
Yeah, it's of course, if he's not a samurai, he would just think big sword is best sword. Although, he may not be a real samurai, but he did just catch a fish with his hands. So,
You didn't even kill it before you started cooking it.
gosh, what an animal.
I mean, at least he didn't start eating it right away.
Yeah, I guess. I think this is an interesting dynamic where, the samurai are here to help, but,
Everyone's scared of them.
the people treat them almost as fearsome as the bandits.
Which is different from the the things that draw inspiration from this.
Yeah, yeah. Admittedly, it's some drama.
Yeah.
Because, we know that the samurai aren't dangerous.
Right. They're all cool. Except for the animal.
Except for, our wild animal, Kikuro. Kikuro. Anything fun in chat?
Calig says that I'm drinking out of a shrunken Mando head. That's fun.
I mean, you could be drinking through a swollen Mando head.
Just put everything. Pour my next drink in this.
Oh, me?
No, please don't. It smells like grease. Smell
Does
it.
it smell like grease?
Yeah.
Oh, it's well-oiled piece of. I guess they didn't want it to rust, which, I feel like so much could have been solved if they made this out of like aluminum.
Right.
But
No, they made it out of steel.
I mean, steel definitely has a weight to it.
Well, see, like, that's actually why I bought it. It wasn't because it was the cheapest one on Etsy. It was because it was made out of steel. Which, they didn't lie about that. It's magnetic. Which aluminum is not.
Yeah.
So, it's like, I guess it's real steel.
Gosh.
It's just dreadful.
I'm guessing you didn't bang it up.
No, that came like that.
It was already a little banged up. Okay.
Yeah,
I saw it sitting over there and was like, that looked a little more banged up than it was in the pictures.
No, I haven't done anything with it. It sat in a box in bubble wrap pretty much the entire time. And I took it out and put it here. The pictures just don't give it justice.
Yeah. It's truly awful. It looks a little more... I'll say it looks a little more asymmetrical in pictures. It's not quite as asymmetrical in person.
No, it's
However,
it's still not symmetrical.
It is fairly banged up in person that
The pictures don't capture.
Yeah.
Yeah. My biggest thing is how long it is. Like, it sits on my shoulders.
Yeah.
I'm like,
It's ridiculously oversized.
but not as a whole. Just like it's like stretched.
Mm-hmm. I think it could be smaller.
It could be smaller in all directions, but it's too
Long.
wide this way, and it's too long.
Yeah.
Like, it goes about this high over my head and goes to my shoulders.
It does do that. Alright, so we had the scene where, the samurai and the old man in the city, the village old man, basically belittle the townsfolk for just being frightened swine.
Because
So
they are that.
they're definitely that. We have the one guy who's always going, ooh.
Mountains Road.
That's not a clear answer.
Oh no.
Oh, thank you, Kikikaru. Mud snails.
He has a point here.
Yeah. He's unrefined.
Yeah. Ooh. Yep.
I don't know.
They said that my helmet is epically funny.
It's brilliant.
Did we find out who stole the rice earlier?
No, it's just sort of a...
Just unresolved plot point.
Yeah, it's just there to establish how desperate they are. That they're willing to pick up grains of rice from the floorboards. That's what that scene was there for.
Do you want this and you want to trade?
Oh, was it a little too much?
Yeah, I think that I just would, let's just
You know
pour
what?
mine in
Yeah.
yours.
Oh, okay.
And then I'll take one of the other stuffs. Thank you.
Crude technical drawings. I'm in for it. Maybe that's why I like this movie.
People drawing their real-time strategy games on pen and paper.
Look, they have a strategy. They drew it out. Did Rogue One draw their strategy?
I'm having a hard time seeing how Rogue One drew from this movie, other than just the we're building a team.
I think my problem is that this movie gives time for the team to all establish themselves as separate characters.
I am honestly, from what I've seen so far, now granted we're only an hour out of this 3-hour movie in, but as far as establishing shots, I actually am going to disagree with you.
Like, I think...
Now, I could use an example.
Yeah.
That would mean nothing to you.
Yeah.
But like KOTOR 1 to KOTOR 2.
Mm-hmm.
KOTOR 2 has, I'm going to argue, better companions than KOTOR 1.
All right.
Do you remember Mass Effect 2, though, how they set up the companions?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you're going through to get Archangel, and everyone's talking about how badass Archangel is.
Yeah.
And, like, this guy is killer. He's killed everyone we keep sending at him, and he just, knocks them all out. Whatever. Like, he's holed up there for weeks, and we've all been storming him, and he just kills us all. One guy.
Yeah.
Right. And then by the time you get Archangel, you're like, oh my gosh, Archangel. And now he's, like, on my team, Right?
Yeah.
Like, that's kind of how KOTOR 1 does things. Where, like, every character has this build-up.
Build it. Okay.
KOTOR 2 has better companions, but it's kind of like you meet them, and it's like, hey, I just met you, and this is crazy, but be my companion now? And it's like there's no setup. It's just like, I meet you, and then you're on my team. That's kind of the vibe I've been getting from this so far. But again, a lot of my perceptions have been dampened by the fact that I'm focusing on the words at the bottom of the screen instead of the faces. So I don't notice someone until they talk.
So I would say, you know how in Mass Effect you go around the Normandy and you have a chance to just hang out with Garrus in engineering, or you can see what Tally's up to, and that's what a lot of these intro scenes are. That's what a lot of these scenes are, and that's what I wanted in Rogue One, is just unrelated plot of these characters existing, so I could attach myself to these people.
I think I agree with that with Chirrut and Baze.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think that with them, I'm like, okay, like, they're here very circumstantially.
Mm-hmm.
The other characters, I won't agree with you.
Okay, that's fair. I guess it's unfair for me to say that I like Mads Mikkelsen more than the lead character.
Oh, I gotta get my chat back.
I'll get your chat back.
No, there are definitely some companions I didn't care about in KOTOR 2, or still haven't cared about, like Bowder. I'm still not a fan of him. He's growing on me. I don't know. But no, I have a hard time with his ASMR voice. It's all the time.
Oh,
No, I can't even do it. It's too Asmir. I gotta watch the iconic scene, the one that Star Wars has borrowed from 3 times now.
it's a good example, you know, and like it's pretty straightforward. And I think they call back to this scene like 3 different times where they're doing the spear training, but each time they're better at it. And at the end, they're doing, you know, the spear movements like you see in Mandalorian. Wandering through the forest, picking flowers.
The movie uses music very sparingly.
Mm-hmm.
To the point where it almost feels out of place when the music starts.
So
Nah, Bowder totally beats the Handmaiden sisters in Asmer voices.
Oh no, he found a woman
With cutted hair.
with cutted hair. He's see, we've had a forest song, we've had a town song, we have the samurai theme.
And are we now getting the CNC theme?
We've had a Kikitaro theme song. He realized she was a woman
Yeah,
because,
because he groped her chest.
what a prevert.
Prevert?
What a prevert. It was unintentional.
Sure, he thought
But,
she was
you
a
know,
dude.
It was unintentional, but it will come with ramifications.
Yeah, he
so,
looks pretty shocked.
So, prevert.
Prevert.
Oh, now we learn.
Oh, is this the ATST moment?
Everyone's a danger to everyone else. I guess not the bandits, or not the peasants to the bandits. The peasants are pretty.
But apparently the peasants are a danger to samurai.
Yeah, you know, in a betrayal sort of sense.
So they betrayed samurai?
Yeah. It was.
You're gonna have to help me understand.
I think we're gonna get a scene with the old man, or the village elder.
Okay.
What did you think these farmers were anyway?
I feel like you played King Saul pretty well. Frolicking. Just positively frolicking.
He found a woman.
And he groped her. Because he thought she was a man.
The wind.
So he's saying that the farmers deserve to kill the samurai because the samurai trample all over the peasants during wartime.
During war. And so, you know, when there's war, the samurai plunder the peasants, and when there's peace, the bandits plunder the peasants. And so the peasants are in their right to be stupid, fearful people who would murder their friends.
So, samurai had come to protect them and they killed those samurai?
Yeah, it was established that the village elder remembered a time when the village hired samurai. And so,
I thought he said that other villages had hired samurai.
No, he was recalling a time when their village had hired samurai, and they would do it again in this generation, would hire samurai. So they're...
I thought he said that the only villages that survived were ones that hired samurai. But I guess that would imply that this village survived, so there we go.
There we go. What a weenie. No, that's not what... Oh, he's sneaking off to find the girl. Also, Kikuchio is seen. He's seen. He's understood. He gets to be the triangle in a world of circles. And they see him as that.
No girls at the mountain, I thought.
Uh-oh, you found a lady. Same lady. Only one lady, apparently, in this whole film.
Seriously.
It's 1950. We can only establish one
Female actress.
Female actress. Anymore, and it would be scandalous. Oh, they have a romance plot. Didn't know that. Oh, what did he bring her? Oh, rice.
Real rice. You should have handed it, like, just pick it up like this.
I mean, it's an enclosed space. Nothing happening in chat.
Nah, we're all paying attention to the movie.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, there's a second actress.
Oh, we have an old woman. Wimps.
You always just do something wild.
Look how gross they all are. I love it. Imagine an old, toothless Floke.
Meanwhile, in America, westerns 90% are clean and have nice clothes. Well, not meanwhile in what, the 1500s?
Yeah, this is 1500s, you know, like, I'm not trying to shame anyone, you know, there are a lot of gross people out in the world, and I think movies could, you know,
This is why
these days could use a lot more gross people.
That's why Disney needs to make Hunchback in live action.
Oh, see, I don't know if they have the courage to do that.
Oh, they definitely don't. That's why they haven't done it. They keep remaking perfect movies that don't need to be remade. Intermission!
Oh my gosh, we have an intermission. Okay,
Okay, so far, I really see why so many film makers draw inspiration from it.
Mm-hmm.
It's just one of those movies that simply by referencing it, you're kind of flexing
Sure.
a little bit. As far as intrinsic value,
Mm-hmm.
I see it. I think it's been hyped up a lot for me.
Yeah. I will admit the first half is mostly spent establishing.
Right, but I feel like I wanted the samurai
Mhm.
characters to be established a little bit better. I think they're established efficiently.
Mhm.
Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But and especially were it to be in my native tongue, or rather if
Yeah.
this were to be
It's-
my native tongue,
Yeah.
it would be easier to follow.
Perhaps if you figured out how to read faster.
I am a slow reader. That's why I use Audible.
Hey Audible, will you sponsor us?
They
next
sponsored
stream?
me twice.
3 times the charm, though.
Audible, please. You're my favorite. Well, that and Kyber Light. Kyber Light's probably my favorite sponsor.
Oh gosh,
I
what a
was.
rad sponsor that is!
Dude, I've been
Like I can't believe it.
I reached out to them. They didn't reach out to me.
Okay, but bringing back to the movie.
Okay,
Bringing
so-
back to the
'cause we got
movie and
intermission.
Star Wars. We
So,
have no idea how long this will last.
Yeah. So basically,
A little overhyped.
A little
you
overhyped,
want
but
more establishment
I want
of the
more
samurai.
steps. So, especially because you had referenced this as what Rogue One should have done. as far as establishing the crew.
Yeah.
And I feel like it doesn't do it worse than Rogue One, but it also doesn't do it better than Rogue One.
I would say time-wise, it doesn't, but I think overall effect,
Perhaps.
especially when you are,
Like, for instance, how does the best friend come into play?
that's fair. That's
Yeah.
fair. He's just kind of there.
He's just kind of there. In fact, I wouldn't have known he was the best friend type if you hadn't told me.
He had a scene. He had a scene establishing him as the best friend.
Yes, he had
But-
a scene where that information was
anyways, yes, you're right. There, even though this is a movie about setting up all these this cast of characters working together, there are some that are overlooked.
There are some that are overlooked, and I think it's hurt by the fact that it's black and white. So keeping track of who's who in a wide shot is very difficult.
I love the black and white.
Oh, sure, but I'm saying, as far as keeping track of which character is which in a wide shot,
Sure.
where you don't have close-ups of the faces, can be difficult, especially when like that last shot where they were all running around, but it was mostly the backs of their heads. It's like, okay, like, I'm having a hard time realizing which character is which. I mean, clearly they're all the samurai because they're doing a good job of keeping the citizens all crowded together.
Yeah.
Which is good. It's again that kind of stage theater technique, where it's not realistic, but it's dramatic, which I can appreciate. I like it a lot. I just I think that I don't actually have any intrinsic or music single louder. That probably means it's coming back on. I don't have any like real complaints about it. More just about it being superior to Rogue One. Or I'm not even arguing it's not superior to Rogue One.
Yeah.
I'm just arguing that the actual establishment of the characters, like I think that the way they introduced Cassian, like, hey, I'm for the rebellion, but I'm going to shoot you in the back. So efficient.
I want to say, like, I don't feel like that plays a part in two scenes, right? It plays this part in his establishing scene,
Right.
and in this scene where they find the dad.
Right.
You know, that is kind of who he is, and he's breaking away from that, right?
Right. Well, no, because
But I don't feel like it plays a big part of who he is in all the intermediary.
I'm
period.
going to disagree, because I'm going to say that is his big arc. So, like, you know, when they're on Jeddah together, it's very clear that he still kind of has that lasered in.
Yeah, he's focused on the mission.
Right. Edu is the turning point.
Mm-hmm.
Where he goes from, and so that is the climax. So you're right, that is where it's on display the most. But intermission just ended, by the way. But we still haven't had subtitles, so I'm talking.
Yeah,
still.
you know, he's just hooting
They're
and
just
hollering at the people who are
picking up wheat,
wheat.
barley.
Barley, because hey, Kikoro is he's seeing a lot of ladies out here, and he's been talking this whole time about how he wants to see more ladies. I see, dead rights.
Yeah, really.
Ew. Hey. What a wonderful character.
he's been established really well.
Yeah.
The bald samurai has been established really well.
The-
Even the apprentice
The Apprentice
has
is...
been established really well.
Mhm.
So I've said we've got 3 very well-defined samurai.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say the weapon master is all he needs to be.
Yeah.
Um,
I think I would say I think he gets a little bit more.
okay.
Um,
But I'm saying I don't feel like he's lacking. I feel like
yeah.
but I feel like maybe the
The
other
trope is so strong that you get it.
yeah. And maybe the trope comes from him. You know.
Yeah.
But you know,
But anywho.
I just think like I think Cassian is a really well developed character. I love K2SO, but
Yeah, no, I think...
I even think Baze and Chirrut are well defined characters, even though I think their place in the story is very circumstantial.
Yeah.
You know,
I just want more from them existing in the world, and
what I love about Rogue One, though, and I can't say I can say the same thing about this.
Mm-hmm.
I can absolutely say the same about this. I can't say that this doesn't do the same that Rogue One does, but everything the character does is consistent with that thesis we have about them. You know, they don't ever just exist. They're always acting in accordance with that character. So,
I guess what I'm saying is, as long and as uneventful as that first half was, I think having a little more of the first half elements in Rogue One of them, you know, not really, they're not super interacting with the plot yet. They're just sort of hanging out, and even now we have the woodcutter
yeah.
hanging out with peasant.
And I'll agree with Rogue One, with Rogue One. It lacks quiet moments.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying it doesn't have quiet moments, because the 3 quiet moments it has are very pointed, very poignant.
Yeah.
But you know, there are 3 of them,
Mm-hmm.
and I wish there were more. But I think the ones they have are used to great effect. But there are no quiet moments that are just there to be quiet. Everything is there to have emotional impact.
And I guess what I'd say is that quiet moments that just exist,
Mm-hmm.
that don't really push the plot forward,
Mm-hmm.
I think are good at, you know,
World building and
not just world building, but, you know, I feel like K2SO's sacrifice could have been made such a bigger deal out of than what the film gives it. If you had just added 2 more scenes, roughly 30 seconds each,
I think the
of K2SO.
Yeah, I think the problem with that is what we would both wish for there, really.
Mm-hmm.
Is what we're really wanting is for Star Wars to give us a 3-hour movie.
Yeah.
Like, that's the... Because
Marvel gets away with it?
I know. Here's the thing. I will... here's my new stance.
Mm-hmm.
For a 2.5-hour movie, which is
movie.
Star Wars' normal threshold. Last Jedi being the only one to come close to 3 hours.
Okay.
It's like 2 hours and 50 minutes.
Okay.
So, with the time stamp it had, it was perfect. But, so in other words, nothing in it needed to be changed.
Mm-hmm.
But it would have. I would not say no to more. I would not say no to an extra 40 minutes of Rogue One.
Yeah. Who isn't looking for a Peter Jackson extended cut of the Two Towers. Who isn't looking for that?
That's all I want. That's all I've ever wanted. Just a 4-hour Star Wars movie.
I wouldn't turn that down.
I'd buy that for $1.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Job in Arrested Development, where just every time I say it, I just want a 5-hour Star Wars movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's why Mandalorian succeeds so much, is that you get those, like, it has the time to throw in these
It's basically a
30
6-hour
second-
movie.
Yeah, it's basically a 6-hour movie,
Mm-hmm.
which gives it the chance to throw in these 30-second clips of, just, did Baby Yoda do anything important?
No.
No, but that was important nonetheless.
Right. And that's all, ironically, what Mandalorian gets criticized for a lot is having stuff that doesn't mean anything in the scheme.
Yeah.
But that's because every season people get hung up on like what is going to be revealed in the season finale. So they want
Yeah.
everything to be building towards the season finale. And you have to just realize that, like, hey, the big question you want to know the answer to won't be answered till the season finale. So just like enjoy the next 7 weeks of just Star Wars content.
So we've totally talked over this montage.
I've been
of,
reading the subtitles, so they're
they're building up
they're building their defenses.
their
They keep talking about how the young guy's into the girl. The dad is upset at the girl for looking at the guy.
okay, yeah, that's it's not particularly deep themes here, so it's not
No.
like we're missing. Ooh, yeah, he just jumped on that horse.
What I love about subtitled movies is that the dialogue can be as cheesy as all get out.
Mhm.
You don't notice because you're reading it.
Yeah.
If you were to make an English remake of this,
Uh-oh.
it would just be so cheesy.
Magnificent Seven.
Well, I mean, like, I'm saying
Oh,
literally with all
one-to-one.
the dialogue 1-to-1.
Yeah. That's fair.
Magnificent Seven is this, but a Western, right?
Yeah.
That looks like it was like an actor making a mistake, not
Oh,
scripted.
absolutely.
And they just kept it in there.
What I love is that this world has so much texture.
Mm.
I mean, you see people slipping in the mud constantly. The dust is constantly blowing up against their clothes.
Yeah.
Like, there's a
It's a real.
there's
There's a realness.
there's
Texture.
there's texture to it.
Mhm.
It's
Being Deceived, the Malgus novel movie, however long it needs to be. Yeah, I just want a 6-hour Star Wars movie.
okay. I'll take it. I won't say I'm looking for.
Just give me one 7-hour Star Wars movie.
We have the Mandalorian. Isn't that good? It's 10 hours, right?
For both seasons, probably.
But yeah.
Want to see Malgus sack the Temple Extended Edition. Hey, at least it's canon, according to today's video.
What was that? Whatever. It's the 50s. Also, That's how people act in plays, right?
Probably.
I'll also mention that this director.
I think he's as confused as I am as whether she's crying or laughing.
That's fair.
Oh.
Mm.
Oh no.
So, changing the topic.
Nope, it's done now. She's upset that he's not.
Yeah, we're not, yeah.
Raping
you
her.
know,
She wanted him to do it. And she's upset that he's not. But it's okay because bandits are here, right?
there might be bandits afoot.
I think that there are bandits
I
here.
think there's a good to fair chance. We went to the intermission. Now it's bandit time.
Yeah. We didn't see them, like, doing the spear thing and someone comes and takes the spear and turns it the other way and hands it back to them. I thought that was in Seven Samurai.
Goodness.
Because all the things that copy Seven Samurai do that. So I thought for sure it had to be from this. My commenters told me it was, and they're never wrong.
We still have time.
Is there more training?
There might be. I don't know. We might get a scene of like all the.
Sorry.
Oh no, you're fine. I love how much running there is.
Ninja Gaiden. Malgus and Elena, the hidden love story of Star Wars. Oh no. They're not supposed to see any samurai, stupid. This long sword. Those are some horses.
Maybe those are particularly impressive horses.
Those are some horses.
I'd have to ask Corinne. She's a horse master general.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Japanese linguistic
Oh,
dialectical
no.
expert to
No,
tell me if it's those are some horses or
She-
those are some horses.
She grew up as a horse girl.
Oh no.
You know, it comes in handy when I'm playing Red Dead, and she's like, "It's really impressive that they matched the like particular gait of this certain horse to whatever." Doesn't need to see a menu saying what horse it is, you know. So every time I watch a movie, I'm like, "What's that horse?" She'll be like, "Oh, it's this kind." It's like, how do you tell? It's walking the way that kind of horse does. Its face, it doesn't have like a dip in it, or whatnot. It's stupid stuff like that. I'm like, they're all horses to me.
Is Loverboy going to die in the flowers?
Why would anyone die in this movie?
Oh, the flowers. It's just like that he's been in the flowers.
I guess that would, be dramatic irony. Or something like that. I don't know. Maybe that's not the right term.
It fits.
Oh, look at that. Swordmaster's just taking a nap.
He doesn't need to prepare. He's confident.
He's ready.
He's always ready.
Lord Kikuro is being a goblin in the trees.
The triangle. In a group of circles.
In a group of circles. Poor Yohei.
Hmm.
Yeah, something's going on.
This is so bizarre. What is up with the crazy drug lady?
Never mind the concubines.
No, they might need them later. What is up with this chick?
Oh, I got it.
You've seen this.
Yeah, well, it's been a while.
Okay.
So I remember what's up with her.
Okay. Hmm. So why'd she run back in when she saw him?
Uh, Perhaps a sense of dishonor. You know, spent the last few years sleeping with a gang. Anything in chat?
No, they've been quiet. I'm guessing this has been either intense or heavy.
And thus begins the bandit invasion.
Hmm.
I love the huge striped Japanese bow. There are some great early photos from like 1800s of samurai who got that bow. And you're just like, all right, that's rad.
Wait, one samurai didn't die, did he?
Yeah, the woodcutter during the raid.
Oh.
That's why they had the mound.
Oh. I missed that. I was hung up on the chick. So yes, we are down to 6 samurai.
We are down to 6.
It's another 7-year-old.
Probably. It looks a little younger than 7. Looks appropriate to be making. Is this the old lady? No, it's the it's not the old lady, it's the elder.
Oh gosh. Why run? Muskets only have 1 shot until you have to reload.
There are 3. There are
No.
3 muskets.
You don't know if they're all in
It's-
the same place. They're splitting up.
You know.
Plus, from that distance, muskets are positively ineffectual. A non-factor. really helping the war effort, are you, ladies?
Wipe. Who else likes wipes?
George Lucas. George Lucas likes his stock transitions.
I wonder where that came from. Not saying that's definitely where it came from.
That's definitely where it came from.
I'm not saying it's definitely where it came from. But maybe. I see a wipe and I think George. Concern it, Yohei. At least you did more than C-3PO.
Spirited dude.
samurai acknowledging that his efforts to disguise his daughter were complete failure.
At what point do they say this venture is no longer profitable? Just after some barley, and they're losing men all over the place.
Less men to feed. Less men to split the loot. Yes, you've reached 10%. Doesn't even seek approval, just, runs off into the dark.
How many samurai are we down to now?
We're still at 6.
Just making sure. Well, if you guys haven't realized, the episode with Hondo in Clone Wars is based on this movie, which is why I used the Hondo quote. This venture is no longer profitable. Which I think he says in this episode of Clone Wars. That was a cool shot.
Now he's doomed to die by modern standards, right?
Right.
You know, that's you get that scene. And
Poke him with the sticks. Thank you.
I'll throw this out there. I do appreciate that the number of bandits is not, you know, an irrelevant quantity.
Yeah.
That is their determination of victory, is getting them to a point where they can't attack anymore. And, you know, it's not just an unending horde and the movie decides that the bandits have lost when it's time.
Right. Ooh. Welcome into sticks.
I'll also say that's not something I ask of a lot of other films. It's a known quantity of enemies. I'm not asking for every bad guy to be named. And
I'm really hoping that that's how Thrawn is executed in whenever he shows up, because that's kind of that's very synergistic with his whole thing, is knowing the battle before you go into it. It's not just like, you know, a Marvel horde.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I really dislike about a lot of the, I would say, the Avengers movies.
Avengers movie, because, like, you know, you take, like, Iron Man or Thor or Captain America, it doesn't have the problem, but you have the end of Avengers Age of Ultron, and Infinity War, and even Endgame, and it's just like horde of enemies with no end in sight until the movie decides the action is over.
Yeah.
And like it's meant to be fun.
Oddly enough, I don't feel like that's a problem that Star Wars has. It never feels like an unending horde. Like, even though, like, it's a bunch of stormtroopers, you know, whatever. But it doesn't feel like it's...
That's because that's not what Star Wars is about. Star Wars is not about, or at least Star Wars movies aren't about,
Sure.
hey, let's see how many powers this character has and how many ways he can, how many ways we can make him blow out bad guys. And the bad guys are really just there in the Avengers movies to show off what the heroes can do. They're murder fodder. You know, Star Wars, you're right, Star Wars doesn't usually have that problem. I'll say Rogue One is the closest with...
I would say the closest is...
9?
9.
Oh, Rise of Skywalker?
Rise of Skywalker.
I forgot about that one.
No.
Or rather, I forgot the details of that one. I don't want to talk about that right now. Let's go.
Let's enjoy ourselves. Uh-oh.
Is that another Samurai Down?
Not yet.
Yeah, no, 9 was a lot like that, but...
I do enjoy the Eye Patch Man Bandit. Also, look at that dude. He's not wearing any clothes. He just got armor on. And his helmet is wacky as all can be. I love it.
It's like a sombrero that has been, like, rolled forward on the front.
I love it. I love it. giving me the same vibes as like Viking horns, but like thick as tree trunks.
Oh man, he's disguised now.
Oh,
No
yes.
one will know him now.
I mean,
He has a different forehead cloth.
to be perfectly fair, he's as grimy as the rest of the bandits, so he should have no trouble fitting in.
So they don't know each other? They live together all the time? They raid together all the
There's
time?
40 people. I can't be bothered to. Yeah, I guess he didn't go to public school.
Heck, I went to a church with more people than that. I still knew most of
Still,
them.
most of them. Exactly. You know most of them.
At a church of 300 people, yeah, I think that's pretty impressive. Well, I mean, the high school group was that big.
Yeah.
I'm not saying the whole Congra. Ugh, I'm so cold.
Want to turn on your heater?
Are you cold?
I could be up for it.
Okay.
Can I just press a button on it?
I have to plug it in.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh. I hope this doesn't alter the camera experience.
It might, but. Oh.
There we. Now we're thinking with portals.
Is he now naked except for the armor too?
Yeah. That's fair.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
Google, I wasn't talking to you.
But you could be. There's a lot of ways that could have been interpreted.
These are the top results.
Hopefully that didn't screw up the stream. I gotta check on that.
The stream still seems to be going
It's
on.
delayed.
But it would have ended by now. Let's see. I'm watching you. It still seems to be good.
Oh, wait till I sneeze.
Oh, you definitely sneezed.
Oh, okay. I don't know. Google interpreted a sneeze as
Stop
the
saying
wake
its
word.
name. You're gonna wake it up again.
Exegol feels like an endless horde scenario. Calig agrees with you.
Like,
I mean, it's true.
yeah. He does just sort of lift the.
Star Destroyers. It's a space endless horde rather than a. But I think what's different about Exegol, and I don't like Rise of Skywalker. What's different about Exegol is the endless horde is not there for the heroes to flex on. They really can't win. Unless,
They
Rey
get a
makes them win.
Deus Ex Machina.
They need a Deus Ex Machina in order to win. Which, I don't know if you want to say that's better or worse than Marvel hordes.
That's about how Marvel hordes end up. Is it's an endless horde, and then the thing happens and makes all of them die.
But
at
Marvel
once.
never feels like the heroes are losing.
Wait a second.
What?
That's what episode 1 did with Naboo. No, not Naboo.
The Gungans!
Not our treasured memories of the Battle of Naboo. Sorry I've ruined episode 1
Oh, I know.
for you.
Just ruined it.
Because that was the thing that was wrong.
To be fair, they didn't just keep coming out of nowhere. There was an amount of them.
Mm-hmm.
It was just a large amount from the beginning.
Yeah, yeah. I don't need to hate on episode 1.
No. Episode 1
I think
gets do hate.
it's gotten its... It's a fine enough movie.
I just want one calculating battle scene with Thrawn.
Yeah.
Just give me one Alexander the Great plus Sherlock Holmes moment. Please. That's what he's based on. Just give me Thrawn.
Is there some sort of Star Wars equivalent to a horse?
You saw episode 9.
I guess so.
They're not only horses, they're horses that can ride on Star Destroyers.
Okay, hush. Hush you. Excluding that.
What about the Gungan kangaroos? Oh, Yohi's dead.
Not Yohi! He was...
R3PO.
R3PO.
Oh, that's a butt.
There's a lot of butts.
Yeah, that's by far not the first butt. It just was the most... I was the most off guard for that butt.
You weren't ready for just a raw butt to be
No.
put on screen. I'm sorry, they're feudal.
Feudal Japanese warriors.
Just have their raw butt out in the open. They're warriors.
I mean, I think they've got like a wedgie cloth.
I love the wedgie cloth. It's awesome. It's awful.
How many samurai do we have right now? Or like alive?
As far as we just lost one. Yep.
So we're down to 5?
We're down to 5.
Was this best friend?
Yep.
So we've lost best friend and wood chipper.
Yep.
What was the third inconsequential samurai? So I feel like 3 were just did not matter.
The trickster.
Oh,
Trickster
yeah.
one.
I don't know who that is.
Yeah, like he had one scene of being like, "I'm too smart for you. I know you're trying to trick
Right,
me with
but-
the."
Right.
But he hasn't had really much of a scene since then.
Right. But I
Which-
mean, that scene was like all of 4 seconds.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It
was a good scene.
It had a fair amount of lead up. Wait. Okay.
I don't feel like it had that much lead up.
It didn't have, the. I won't defend it too much. The trickster guy, or the guy who's too smart for tricks, I guess. Definitely the least well-established
Yeah.
person in the whole movie.
Or I'll say the least developed.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's poorly established. His establishment was well done.
He
I liked his intro.
had a good intro. He just didn't have anything after that.
Yeah. Would Attack of the Clones count as a horde situation? I don't think so because it's kind of
The
hordy on both
focus,
sides.
the focus isn't on the hordiness.
No,
of
it's just
the
they're two armies that are facing off
colliding,
but the focus is on 2 Jedi and 1 Sith.
Yes,
So
I think that totally.
the heroes aren't just, hey, like let's just watch a lightsaber go ham on 7,000 enemies.
Yeah. I think that's what.
Oh, Calig literally said they weren't there to make the heroes flex. He said it like 3 minutes ago.
Thank you, Khaled.
Uh,
Wait a second. The trickster died.
oh.
This is the best friend.
Oh, okay.
The trickster's a little more bald on top.
Mm-hmm.
A little, or better shapen. And he's a little chunkier.
Yeah. So they seem to be dying in proportion to how important they are.
Oh.
So far.
I like the woodcutter.
I didn't know the woodcutter. He cut some wood.
He had a scene that we talked through.
Oh.
Admittedly, I'll give him that. He got more than the trickster. Trickster was definitely bottom. Then it was woodcutter. Then
Best friend.
best friend.
Maybe then swordsman.
I-
The top, the
You know,
other four are
the
all
top
pretty
four
well.
are pretty well.
Yeah.
Swordsman's mysterious,
Right.
but like he's been involved
He's
in a lot of
taciturn.
scenes. He's involved in all the love scenes between
Mm.
the apprentice, and he's just sort of like, hey, I'm there, I'm watching over you, and I'm making the right choices for you. Wonderful woodwind flutes letting us know that it's
Less sexy times.
it's 1954. There won't be any there won't be any on screen. What do you think this is? You think this is HBO?
Yeah, I mean, it is HBO Max.
It's on HBO, but it's because HBO has a deal with, I want to say, the Turner Broadcast Network,
I don't know.
which just hoard all the old movies. To be fair, you could die at any point in time. You might have a stroke. Meteors happen. It would be pretty, like, out of the blue, but, a person at least has died from a meteor.
How recently?
I want to say it was in the 70s or 80s. Not particularly common being crushed by a meteor. And to be perfectly fair, I don't think it was even crushed. I think it was like, it came in as a pebble, but, a pebble being launched from space, hits you with quite a bit of force. I think there have been a fair number of houses that have been destroyed by meteors. So. You think insurance covers that?
Depends on your policy.
Imagine trying to explain that one.
Meteor fell on my house. Help me, please.
Look at that, it's not rice. Good old Kikyo.
Interesting. Oh, wait. Is he not dead? I thought he died.
Kikyo?
Yeah, this guy.
No, it was
I was
Yohei,
Yohei.
the coward, the guy
Alright.
who was always making the sad faces. Ooh! didn't like how milky that looked.
You like milk?
I know it's sake though.
Oh. Oof, milky sake. Ugh.
I mean, it comes from rice.
Right, but
Also, I don't think I'd be ready to pound down a vase of milk. Will these star-crossed lovers confront peasant Poppy? Kill him! Oh yeah, he was wounded. And then everyone made fun of him for being such a baby.
right.
You wench. Oh no, the town knows your secret. Yeah, whatever, nobody cares.
Nobody should care. Everybody seems to care.
I mean, there's a lady crying in the street.
But what about the droid attack on the Wookiees?
Okay. Once again, I wouldn't say it was a focus.
Bill says he sees the rain and he feels Helm's Deep is coming.
That's about right.
Helm's Deep still stands as the pinnacle of battle scenes in my mind.
Oh, yeah, no, I think it is a shame that we have seen so many more movies come out since Lord of the Rings
And so few.
that want to do the Helm's Deep scene. And I don't think any of them have been able to replicate it.
No.
And I think, a big part of that is establishing geography.
Did you see that YouTube video about that?
Maybe?
Oh gosh. It was like 40 minutes on Helm's Deep versus Endgame.
Huh.
And how Helm's Deep's battle scene had weight because of geography.
Okay.
Whereas Endgame didn't, because you didn't know where anyone was. It
Yeah.
was just like we cut to him and he's fighting people. We cut to her and she's fighting people.
And we don't know where
We don't know where
progress
they
is being
are.
made.
And so
or
when they
where
start throwing the
things are being
gauntlet around,
lost.
they're like, oh, I guess he's here.
Yeah.
You know. Oh, there's a butt.
Wonderful.
No, yeah. So, they spend a good hour establishing geography before the battle even starts.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, here's the front. Okay, but after that, there's the wall. And after that, there's the door. And then there's the women and children.
And there are the caves.
Oh, the caves. But
caves.
then there's the door to the women and children. And it's like, the checkpoints.
Mm-hmm.
And you have them ingrained in you. Even as I first watched it when I was probably 12 or 13.
Yeah, there's there's the main
the keep.
castle, there's the wall, and then there's the citadel.
Mm-hmm.
And it's...
I love Helm's Deep. And yeah, you're right. Establishing geography is so crucial. You got to watch that YouTube video. I need to find out who it is, but if you look up, kind of like, it's something like why Endgame failed or something like that.
Huh.
And I'm recommending that to everyone watching this. It's a phenomenal YouTube video. I love those 40-minute YouTube videos. I live on those things. I want to make one. The problem is when they take 2 weeks of working full time to make, and it's just,
the people who make those have a schedule of, at best, something happens monthly.
monthly is usually
And-
what the video essay community does. But the problem is even though those
At best.
the problem is even though those do millions of views, millions of views on one video a month is not enough to do it full time.
Okay, but what if they get watch time really good too? That's the other.
It's possible.
It's tricky.
I would really have to talk to someone who does that,
Mm-hmm.
because I would love to do that. I like doing stuff a couple times a week.
Yeah.
Because I get to talk about more stuff, but there's some things I would like to talk about for an hour and a half or whatever, but it's the editing
Mm-hmm.
of editing
That
a
alone.
video like that is either you're looking at my face for that long, or I'm gonna have to be editing for 3 weeks full time, 40 hours a week.
Yeah.
Let's see here. If Anakin versus Obi-Wan is my favorite duel of all time, then Helm's Deep is my favorite large-scale battle of all time. It's good. Those are good standards, Bill. My favorite duel is Obi-Wan versus Maul in Rebels. I love that duel. But Helm's Deep is my favorite large-scale battle. Although I did love in Mando that we had the Tombstone duel at the same time as the Samurai duel.
Oh,
Uh,
that was real good.
doesn't anyone play for blood anymore? All right, we gotta watch Tombstone before Mando season 3.
All right, it's a deal. Twist my arm.
Oh no! Not
Two
the
samurai
beast.
down.
Wow,
That's a butt.
that's a butt. I mean, Kikucho. I don't know how to pronounce his name because the way they are saying it is not how it's spelled. But that dude has been showing his butt for a good 40 minutes now.
Hey, you don't need to hate on Kikuchio.
Yeah, Sam Witwer does break down the duel between Obi-Wan and Maul really well. But I mean, I think Sam Witwer is simply conveying to us what was already going on.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy 88 fight in Kill Bill. I haven't seen Kill Bill.
Crazy 88 fight. It's a fun fight.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's
You want to talk fun fights though? The
It's-
Matrix Airport.
yeah, it you know, she fights 88 dudes and it builds up into a duel
Hmm.
between her and another skilled sword master.
Or honestly, as far as fun fights go and fun duels, I actually really like the third Matrix duel between Agent Smith and Neo. The third Matrix is terrible, but that fight at the end is so fun. It's just fun. It's not good. It's just fun.
You know,
I don't blame you if you don't remember the third Matrix. Don't try to remember it because it'll just make you sad.
which is the one where he goes into her heart and restarts it.
It's either 1 or 2.
I think it's definitely not one.
You're right, it's 2.
It's two. Gosh. Okay, so
Maybe it's 3.
it might be three.
I don't know. They all blended together.
The second one was
The second one was a waste of time, except I did like the architect. He was kind of cool.
okay. Yeah, no, I'll give you that.
Of course, if you do not have a good vocabulary, like I didn't the first time I watched that movie, it is positively unwatchable. Because you're just like, these are just a bunch of big words. I don't know what is being said.
Unintelligible. Yeah.
Wait, let me see if that... Oh, see? That would have been great for
Our game.
our game. It's a 6-syllable
Perhaps.
word. I assume they beat the bandits.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's best friend?
Yeah.
Okay. So best friend, bald guy, or spiritual guy, and apprentice are the survivors.
Yes.
Okay. So all the develop. Wait, no. So wait, did Swordsman survive?
No, he was shot also, and that's
Okay.
what drove.
Berserker crazy.
Yes.
Right. What?
Ooh. There we go.
There we
And
go.
It is only
11:30.
11:30.
Yep.
Woo.
I mean, we did start a little late
We
because
did start late.
we were having
Ish.
some technical difficulties. I think we started at 7:40.
Yeah, we did start at.
Let's see. We've been streaming for how long? I guess it's not going to tell me unless I skip back to the beginning. I'm not going to do that. So with old movies,
Old movies.
I always have to ask the question: does this hold up if I don't have to say it's good for an old movie?
Yeah.
Or it would be, or it's good for a movie with subtitles. Like let's just say, hey, if this whole thing was in a language I understood, or if I understood the language that it was in,
Mm-hmm.
would it, would that excuse?
Okay. Yeah. All right. I see where you're coming from.
You know what I'm saying? Like when you use that as an excuse, you automatically carry other excuses with it. And I'm gonna say, like, let's just say we had this movie in English,
Mm-hmm.
or I was a native Japanese speaker.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like I think it's a classic. I think there's a reason it's a classic, and I think there's a reason that most people should not. I'm not going to say most people. I'm going to say most people who care about cinema
Yeah.
and cinema history
Mm-hmm.
and whatever should see this.
Mm-hmm.
So like a lot of times my metric for old movies is Alfred Hitchcock. Because I think that with his movies, you don't have to say it's good for an old movie. You don't have to.
I'm be honest, the only Alfred Hitchcock movie I enjoy is Vertigo.
Oh, Vertigo's so good.
Vertigo's great. Like, I'm not knocking Vertigo.
Right.
Vertigo's the one that I'm like, yeah, that was a good movie.
Right.
I thoroughly enjoyed myself. Like,
Yeah, Vertigo's probably my favorite of Hitchcock's as well. Although I really like Alfred Hitchcock Presents, his TV series.
okay, yeah, no.
And I like, is it Lifeboat? Is that what his? I think it's called Lifeboat.
I'm not familiar with it.
Oh, it's pretty good. And then there's Trouble with Harry, which is just a straight up murder comedy.
Oh, okay. I enjoy myself a murder comedy.
Oh gosh, Trouble with Harry is great. I think it's Trouble with Harry. It's something with Harry.
Okay.
And like you don't have to say, "Oh, it's good for an old movie."
Mm-hmm.
You just go in, you watch it, you're like, "Oh man, that was a good movie."
Mm-hmm.
With this one, there's a lot of like, okay, it's good for an old movie, or it's good for a movie with subtitles, or it's good for a movie in black and white or whatever. But kind of you remove some of those things, and it's like, okay, but is it? So some of my problems with it are pacing.
Okay. No, I think that's a fair criticism. It is 3.5 hours long.
And the weird thing is that the problems I have were things being too fast.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, hey, here's a character. Hey, he's on our team. Here's another one. He's on a team. You know, and they spent a lot of time on things that I would say didn't matter.
Yeah.
And not enough on. So there was very little in the way of dramatic lead up.
Okay.
And especially, and very even less in the way of dramatic reflection. So, like, let's talk about that last scene where it's like, oh, you know, they won, but we're the ones who lost everything.
Okay.
And it's like, that message is really emotionally impactful.
Yeah.
And what I want from a scene like that is a scene that makes me kind of want to cry.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't feel that. Now, and it's kind of the same thing when we found out that Berserker Man's wife was taken from him. Like,
His wife wasn't taken from him.
did she leave him?
Are you talking about the peasant or Kikuchio?
Kikuchio.
His wife wasn't taken from him.
How'd she end up as concubine?
You're talking about the peasant.
Oh! I suppose I thought that was Kikuchio.
No.
Oh.
No, that was the peasant who was the most zealous
Forgive me.
in his need to strike back at the bandits because
Okay.
his wife
Okay.
was...
Well, still, again, I was spending a lot of time on subtitles, so I wasn't looking at a lot of faces for at least before the intermission.
Mm-hmm.
That was a moment where I was like, this is probably heavier than most stuff I've seen in a lot of movies.
Mm-hmm.
And yet Rogue One can consistently make me cry. And this wasn't even close. It was like the emotional reality of what is happening here is something that should
Yeah.
more than Rogue One.
It's fairly grim.
Oh yeah. It's super
It's super grim throughout.
super
like,
grim. No, and I was like, I kind of wish the movie framed that in a way that drew that emotion out of me a little bit better. Because Rogue One's story is, or the part that makes me want to cry, is very basic. It's very simple. It's not super grim. It's mildly grim. It's very grim for Star Wars.
yeah, sure.
But compared to this, it's like child's play.
yeah.
Little girl lost her daddy. But it still consistently can make me cry because of the way it's framed. And I think that's it, just framing.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, and I don't want to complain too much.
Sure.
Because
No.
I don't want it to sound like I didn't like this movie, and I don't advocate for this movie.
I'm down a second. Complain all you want.
No,
These are...
I want to be honest.
These are... Yeah, be honest. Don't feel like you have to censor yourself here.
So my honest opinion is that I really did really like it.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm so thankful that I finally got to see it. I think it was overhyped for me.
Probably. Yeah, definitely.
Because, especially in the Star Wars world.
Star Wars world.
People talk about Seven Samurai as
Or-
this holy grail
I'm
of...
going to be honest. I think it's Rashomon. Rashomon is the movie that directly influenced... was the movie that George Lucas saw.
Yeah.
I want to say... And influenced Star Wars.
Here's the thing that may be even more accurate. The thing is, this is the one everyone talks about.
Yeah, Rashomon. I did watch it
Mm-hmm.
months before, and I was like, it's good, but it's not as good as Seven Samurai.
Okay.
So,
I love the movie. I mean, absolutely loved it.
I could have shown you the movie that. So this director went bankrupt.
Mm-hmm.
No one would make any more movies for him, and you know, a dark twist of events. You know, saw that he couldn't tell any more stories. Attempted suicide. What happened was, when George Lucas heard that, he and I'm blanking on the name. Guy who made The Godfather. Someone will come in the comments for me,
Mm-hmm.
because it's related to Nicolas Cage. How do I know that he's related to Nicolas Cage? Francis Ford Coppola. Someone will say I've said his name wrong, and also be infuriated that I didn't remember Francis Ford Coppola.
There's only
But-
3 people there, but I'm sure that someone will.
I'm sure Bill will be pulling out his hair in frustration that I can remember that Nicolas Cage is related to the guy that directed some of cinema's best movies, and also some of cinema's worst movies. If you don't believe me, watch Bram Stoker's Dracula. It's a true masterpiece of horror, but not the horror you thought you were coming in for. Gary Oldman's Dracula in that movie, and he does a great job, though. Nothing. Also, main protagonist is played by Keanu Reeves,
Ooh!
and it's awful.
Oh no!
It is awful. The movie is absolute. It's when people talk about how much they hate Keanu Reeves.
I feel like Keanu Reeves has really been loved lately, though.
He's really been loved, but if you can think of, 10 years back, when
Yeah, everyone hated him 10 years ago.
Yeah,
I don't know
10
what
years-
happened to make everyone go from hating him to
John
loving
Wick
him.
happened.
Oh.
John Wick came out, and everyone was like, "Oh, this is a role where Keanu Reeves doesn't need to act."
Francis Ford Coppola.
Yeah, there we
Coppola.
go.
The version of Dracula is my least favorite Dracula movie. And Bill is big on Dracula movies.
But would you say that Gary Oldman is the highlight of that movie? Gary Oldman playing Dracula. It's not a good version of Dracula. It's not a good movie at all. But Gary Oldman does a phenomenal job. All the same. But point is that when George Lucas and Francis Ford Coppola heard that Akira Kurosawa attempted suicide because he doesn't get to make any more movies, they helped him produce one of his last movies, I want to say. In the 80s. And I think that's easily by far and away his best movie. But I didn't want to show it to you because it's it's only loosely related. It's not influential in the way that this movie is.
It's a result of the influence.
It's a result of the influence, and it's like if I was like, hey, here's Stanley Kubrick has influenced so much of cinema. Let's watch, the last movie he ever made because I liked that one more.
And that's fair.
So
I'm looking at this, and I'm judging it.
Judging it
Let's just say
without nostalgia, without on its merits,
on its own merits,
not giving it the benefit, without the benefit of saying, it's just an old movie. These
Right.
things happen,
right?
which I think is fair. There are a lot of old.
And
There's
I can be real. I mean, especially because of Hitchcock.
There's 5 movies ish that I
Right.
can say.
And so like, what for me, like I interact with a lot of film buffs
Mm-hmm.
who will swear by old movies being the greatest. Like, oh well, if you like, I keep wanting to go to Rogue One, but like, let's just say, let's even say Kanan Jarrus from Rebels, which I don't think you've seen Rebels.
Okay, sure.
You know, then, well, you know, he's really based on the Blind Samurai from this other, you know, old legend movie. And I'm like, and, you know, you go and watch that and you're like, okay, but Kanan did it better. And I for me, a lot of times I wonder, there is a merit to who did it first.
Mm-hmm.
But there's also merit to who did it better. You know, and that's a big debate between people, and this is so off-brand, but between people who like Friends versus How I Met Your Mother, right? Like,
Sure.
Friends
Sure.
did it first. How I Met Your Mother did it better.
So, I guess what I would say is, sometimes the pacing does give you whiplash.
It does a little bit, but especially because it'll be really slow,
It'll be really slow, and
all
then
of a sudden
suddenly it's like
battle scene,
bang, bang, bang. We've
And
hit
then-
you with 10
and then
different things.
It's been battle scene for 40 minutes, and all of a sudden it's like, I missed the part where they won.
Mhm.
But now they're all celebrating and singing and planting in the water.
Yeah.
And so, let's see. I got some comments. He agrees with you that the highlight of the film was Oldman.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Gary Oldman.
He wants to know whose Calig wants you to answer whose mask this is.
That's Revan.
Okay.
That's Revan.
Okay.
I've been sitting in the same room. I've heard him say Revan like 8 times. Also, little known fact, I know of Revan.
He knows of Revan.
I know of Revan. I could probably name
And KOTOR,
a fact or two of Revan.
this is a great segue. Or not segue, but relevant piece of information. KOTOR is one of those games
Mm-hmm.
that you do have to say it's good for an old game.
Mm-hmm.
Because the turn-based combat is very dated.
Yeah.
And without the nostalgia, it is very hard to power through. And I know this because I've been trying to play KOTOR 2,
Mm-hmm.
which I've never played before, so I have no nostalgia for. And so it's that same drudgery of combat. But I don't know, like, hey, if I get past this part, I'm going to get to this great emotional moment.
Sure.
So it's been really hard for me to get through KOTOR 2. Now, I've gotten to a point where, like, the story's really rolling, so I'm in it a lot more. But I can see then, like, recommending KOTOR to people, like, yeah, but what you trade off for the combat is one of the most compelling stories in video games. So, like, I will say you can enjoy KOTOR without nostalgia if you have the diligence to power through. And it's kind of like when you got me to play through Mass Effect 1.
Sure.
You're like, you're going to love Mass Effect 2.
Yeah.
You're going to love it more if you play Mass Effect 1, but you're going to hate playing Mass Effect 1.
I don't think I said
You
that.
didn't say that to a degree, but you did say,
I
like,
did say there
you
were
said
there were elements. I don't think I could have in good conscience mentioned that there weren't some elements that were a bit dated.
yeah. And Mass Effect 1 is in this really weird spot where it is real-time combat,
Mm-hmm.
but it's just as clunky as KOTOR's combat.
It's a little cookie.
So, like, KOTOR, it's like, hey, you know, at least it's turn-based. Like, I can pause. I can, like, queue up my attacks and whatever.
Thankfully, I have nostalgia for Mass Effect 1.
I don't.
So, like, when I replayed it,
Mm-hmm.
combat didn't feel too awful at all.
It's dreadful.
I was like, the only part that feels really awful is the
Mako.
Is the Mako.
The Mako.
The Mako feels real bad.
Yeah.
But everything else, I was like, it's not that bad. But it is that bad.
It is. So
I will say, Fallout New Vegas.
Oh, yeah.
I absolutely hate the combat in that game. It is purely nostalgia driven when I play through that game.
Well, I have a hard time getting through New Vegas because I haven't finished it yet. But I acknowledge the merit, so I've just finished, or I'm about halfway through a 3-part series from the Salt Factory on Fallout New Vegas.
Through the Salt Factory.
Yeah, so he has a series called Was the Game, As Good as I Remember.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Okay. I'm familiar with.
I mean, he's
the
one of
YouTuber.
those. He's one of those like multi-hour YouTubers.
Yeah.
So he's been doing YouTube for like 3 years and has all of like 30 videos on his channel.
Mm-hmm.
Because doing a video that long takes forever to make. So he does a video once a month, once every 2 months. So I watched his hour and 5-minute video on the main game, and his hour and 20-minute video on the companions and side quests.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm about 5 minutes into his video on the DLC.
Fallout New Vegas might have my favorite DLC. John Graham is John Graham is absolutely my favorite character in a video game. I recommended Fallout New Vegas to you solely because I love John Graham and I wanted you to experience.
I think you gave me that DLC too.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
That was like I love the main game.
Yeah.
I've played Fallout New Vegas more than any of the other Fallouts, and I think I have
with good reason.
With good reason. I think I have over 400 hours on Fallout 4, which I absolutely hate. But yeah.
I'm not going to ask him that, Callig.
Is it a bad question that
wants-
I just wouldn't have an answer
He
for?
wants to know how old Revan is.
He's either extremely old or not old at all.
Now, are you wanting to know his age during KOTOR, or are you wanting to know how long his story took place before the movies? Apparently, Toshiro is again Mifune.
He was the guy who played Kikero.
Okay, he turned down an offer from George Lucas to play Obi-Wan or Darth Vader, according to Bill.
I believe it.
I would believe it too.
That
knowing
sounds-
George Lucas.
Knowing George Lucas sounds like a thing he would ask for.
Well,
Now, also, part of me is how realistic was that? Even if he got the actor to say yes, would studios at that time be like, oh yeah, we're gonna ship a Japanese actor in?
they shipped a bunch of their cast over from the UK.
Wasn't a bunch of it filmed in the UK though?
I mean, the desert scenes for New
Well,
Hope were all
sure.
in New Mexico,
New Mexico?
or Arizona.
I thought it was North Africa.
Some of those
Maybe that was later.
maybe I don't know.
I
You're
could
right,
have
you're right.
sworn that it was in,
There are some scenes definitely in North Africa.
because
Which
I
is-
remember one of the interviews you sent me of Anthony Daniels complaining about being in the suit, and he specifically name drops North Africa.
That's right. I remember that.
He's like, "Oh, here I am sweating in this
They're feeding me through a straw.
in this awful suit."
Remarkably, I never had to go to the bathroom. Probably
Here
because
I
I was
am,
sweating everything out.
here I am in some desert out in Morocco, and
That's right. I remember
or
that.
something like that.
Yeah. So,
It's-
well, then Japan would be a lot closer to Africa than the U.S. would be. In any case.
Okay. Any case.
I mean, you know who else turned out a job for A New Hope was Christopher Lee. He was originally offered the role of Tarkin. So his best friend said, I'll do it.
Would have been killer.
He said that he always regretted not taking it.
Mm-hmm.
But then, after Peter Cushing died,
Mm-hmm.
you know, because they were best friends since the Dracula movies,
The Dracula movies.
he said,
Thank
I
you,
always wanted to
Dracula.
do one more movie with my best friend. So I begged George to give me a role in Attack of the Clones. Because Dooku's character was originally a chick.
Ah.
Basically, Mother Talzin was... I mean, it was basically Asajj Ventress looking like Mother Talzin. Mother Talzin is based on the concept art drawn by Ian McCaig for the original Dooku character. And it wasn't called Dooku, but the
Yeah.
original replacement for Maul character.
Yeah.
And you know, Christopher Lee's like, hey, can I please have a role in your new movie?
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, we'll just rewrite that. We'll make that chick a dude, and now you're Dooku.
Is that how? Now, how did Samuel L. Jackson get involved?
I don't know. I mean, I know the story of how he got his purple lightsaber.
Yeah, he was.
But
just like,
he was like, I want
purple's
purple.
pretty good. I want
Well,
the purple.
I want
purple's
people
cool.
to be able to see me no matter where I am on screen. I want to look different from everyone else.
Mm-hmm. Purple's cool.
Purple's cool. And I want you to write bad mother effer on my lightsaber in Star Wars language. Since I'm not allowed to say it in your movie. Orabesh, by the way, is what that's called. Let's see. Around how long was his life, not his age or how far from the movies he was. Well, I'm not going to have him answer that. It was in Death Valley in California.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Bill. Friendship between Christopher Lee and Peter Cushing was absolutely amazing. I know, those two were just awesome people. But yeah, so like, let's just bring it back to this real quick. Really glad that I've gotten to see it.
It's done.
It's done.
You've seen it.
I've seen it. I'd say miles above, as far as like classic movies that I've been told I need to see.
Yeah.
On a scale from Metropolis
Oh, Metropolis.
to
That's a slog.
to Vertigo.
Vertigo's pretty good.
Vertigo's great.
Pretty good.
This one's, I'm gonna put it around a 7.
Yeah, I think 7's fine.
Yeah. Vertigo being like, this was a movie that is a classic that I've been told I need to watch, and I watched and I was like, oh my goodness, this is better than I could have possibly imagined.
Yeah.
To Metropolis, to this was somehow so much worse than I was afraid of.
Did you watch the re-edited version with music?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
From the 80s, I want to say.
Yeah, because so
That's
Metropolis, if you don't know, it was a German film made right before World War II.
Great filmmaker, I want to say. I've
Right.
seen his movie M. The M stands for murder.
I think I've seen M too, but
Yeah.
so it was one of the first sci-fi movies of all time, but it was a
Yeah.
silent film from the 30s, I think. But it was
It
German.
was weird as all.
Oh, it was super weird. It was super weird, bizarre. Like, you know, it's kind of like at first it seems like it's your standard sci-fi story where there's the factory and the people are overworked and there's the upper class
and then
they're-
suddenly there are witches popping up
and flower children, like flower people.
Oh yeah,
People-
the garden of like nymphs.
It's like you're
and-
not sure if they are people dressed like if the actors are actually sentient flowers or if the actors are playing people who are dressed as flowers. Like you're
Yeah,
not sure
it's-
because it's a 30s film.
It's a very bizarre and strange film. Great visuals though.
And it is sci-fi, but you're right. Then there's all of a sudden a witch with like legit witchcraft,
yeah,
and it's like, and by the way, that is a mark of the re-edit because that was not in the one we've had up until the
It-
80s.
wasn't a re-edit. It was rather they
It's recovered footage.
recovered footage.
It's recovered footage. So basically, what I'm saying is, or what I was going to say earlier about World War II,
Mhm.
was that during World War II,
Part of it's
much of it was lost, and a lot of it was recovered from a crashed plane that was shot down in World War II. And so that footage was taken and edited back into it in the 80s by some film buffs who were, I mean, I think they were college students,
Yeah.
who took all the old footage and tried to figure out where it went in the grander Metropolis movie. The movie's like 3.5 hours long.
Oh yeah.
And it's a silent
so
film.
Long.
It's
M was a silent film and was totally fine.
M was fine.
M was fine. You know, you had a serial killer. Everyone's like, who's this guy? And then some kid slaps him with a chalky hand. And everyone's like, you're the one. And he's like, I didn't do a thing. The spirits told me to kill and whatnot. Anywho, that's not related to anything other than...
The point is, Metropolis is probably the worst movie I've been told, you have to watch this. And I watched it and I was like, this is just
I could make
dreadful.
you watch Godzilla right now.
Yeah, it's right there. Is that the new Godzilla?
No, that is Godzilla in 1956.
Oh man, my grandpa loved that movie.
It's a good one. It's better than all the one. I'm gonna say something horrifically controversial. It's better than the ones where Godzilla fights something, because this movie has something to say about anything.
I've heard a good... well, Matt Pat made a good case for the new Godzilla movie, but it hasn't come out yet, so who
The
knows?
newest Godzilla movie?
Godzilla vs. Kong or whatever?
How do you make a good case for...
He says it's like a reinterpretation of the ancient Titan myths.
Bah. Sure, that's fun, but you know, Godzilla is about living out a natural disaster,
Right.
and you know
Some
that's
apocalypse right there.
you know, it's one thing to be like, oh, we're gonna re-envision the myths of the Titans, to like, here's something prescient that like people can connect with and understand.
Right.
Not saying I don't want to watch Godzilla fight a giant monkey. I will be there day one watching that. I think, and I'll be a little sad because this is the first Godzilla movie in a while that I won't have been able to see in IMAX.
Oh yeah.
Maybe I'll be able to see it in IMAX. Who knows? I don't know.
knows?
Who knows? Maybe that'll be allowed.
Is that Fury Road or is that Thunderdome?
That is neither. That is Road Warrior.
Road Warrior.
Road Warrior.
We've got our HBO recommendations on the
Yeah.
screen right now. So what I'm thinking, what I said earlier, we need to watch Tombstone before Mando's season, or really before Book of Boba, because
okay,
it'll be Book of Boba, Mando season 3, and then I think there's something coming out right after Mando season 3.
Huh.
We got Bad Batch in May,
Batch.
which is I'm hopeful.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't attached to the Bad Batch either in the unreleased like half done Clone Wars episodes that we've had forever,
Yeah.
or in the actual finished episodes that we got recently. Did you watch Clone Wars season 7?
No.
Okay. So the first 4 episodes are Bad Batch, which are basically clones that are
saw some of the promotional material.
Yeah, they're like mutated clones. They don't all look like or sound like Jango Fett.
Those muties.
Muties.
I don't like the muties one bit.
So they're all. I mean, I feel like they're all '80s tropes.
Maybe I would like it.
We got Rambo as the leader.
John Rambo is the leader?
Yeah,
Is he
totally
hunted
Rambo.
down by the authorities?
He will be in the Bad Batch series.
Yes! They're gonna hunt down a man. There's nothing more dangerous than hunting down a man.
And then we got the sniper,
Okay.
Crosshair, who's like your classic '80s heartless killer sniper.
Cool.
And then
into it.
we've got the I can't remember the techie's name.
So
We got the
what
80s
I'm
hacker.
hearing is that maybe before you watch Bad Batch and come to your conclusions about it, we need to watch Commando, which I don't think was 80s. I think it actually came out early 90s, but you know, it still falls in that vein of
Sure.
80s.
Early '90s is basically '80s in theme.
Yeah, you know, it's like
Let's see.
Return of the Jedi.
Bill McLaughlin would like to tell us that M was not a silent movie.
Was it not a silent film?
I guess not.
Maybe you could be totally right about that, but you know, I'd also wager it maybe it was.
2003 Clone Wars, since it's supposed to be on Disney Plus in April. It's on YouTube. I mean, we can watch it on YouTube.
Oh yeah, that stuff was radical. I love.
Oh, is Tech actually his name? He said Tech is the techie's name. And then there's
Season 3.
oh gosh, who's the brute? What's his name? It's not Grunt. It's not Brute. But the big boy. You know, you get the brawler.
Is his name Chunk?
It might as well be.
Perhaps Sloth. Sloth. I knew a guy who every single person who met him said that he reminded them of Sloth.
Oh no, that's so mean.
It was, if Sloth wasn't deformed, that's what he would be like.
Oh.
Yeah, I know, right?
Oh.
Poor Roman.
Oh.
I'm sorry, Roman. I know you're not watching this.
I never
because-
got into Goonies, but like, I mean, I've seen it a few times. It like I just didn't get the appeal. But that's not the point I wanted to make right now. I think that you know, regarding, let's just say,
Bad Batch.
well, yeah, sure. Let's go with Bad Batch.
Going back to Bad Batch.
Bad Batch, because that'll be May 4th.
May 4th.
Was when that starts, Star Wars Day. So May 3rd midnight will be when that comes out. So maybe we'll react to it. I don't know.
Midnight.
I mean, it's not gonna be Mando. But it'll be fun. I mean, like, so it'll cover them during Order 66, which is kind of cool.
Okay.
And like I said, I never was particularly attached to the Bad Batch as a group of characters. They're fun, but like, and I think most people felt the same way, because I know, like, when I was covering Clone Wars Season 7 on YouTube, views weren't great when I was covering Bad Batch. The views weren't great until the Siege of Mandalore started. And then everyone wanted to know. It's like, oh, Siege of Mandalore. So, Bad Batch, I think, is a mixed bag. But I'm happy that I'm just happy for more Star Wars content. I'm not gonna... more is not bad. Like, especially when we've got this much variety coming out right now. It's like,
Yeah.
hey, if Bad Batch isn't great, we've got Book of Boba Fett and Mando Season 3 coming out this year. We've got Rangers of the New Republic. We got Ahsoka.
When's Rangers coming? Do we even have an idea?
I
of
think
that?
So either
Is
Ranger...
that later?
Wrecker's the big guy, not Sloth. I'm sorry.
Wrecker. I mean, I
Um,
was pretty sure he wasn't actually called Sloth.
And he said if you're talking about the Arnold movie for... What was it?
Commando.
Commando? Is it Arnold?
Arnold is in it.
That would be 85.
He's 85.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Uh,
Michael Baine's in it.
Bill says he's been hooked on the Bad Batch since they first showed up. Closest thing we've got to Republic Commando show. That's a fair point, because they are kind of like Republic. They are like a form of, but they're more like they're your '80s reject commandos.
Loose cannons.
They're loose cannon commandos. Yeah, they're not the well-oiled machine of the Republic commandos.
Okay.
They're the loose cannon squad.
All right.
So like they've got
behind it.
they've got a hook. They've got a niche. And I see the value in it. I like it.
Hey, give me some more.
And I would rather have a Republic Commando show, obviously. But if you watch my video today, which there's only 3 of you here, so probably all of you did, you know that Republic Commandos are canon. The Republic Commando game is canon.
What made it canon?
So my video, actually, was it yesterday? Yeah, it was yesterday. My video yesterday was all on 10 sneaky legends that are actually still canon because they got cameos in the Clone Wars.
Okay.
Because Clone Wars was one of the things that Disney's like, okay, Clone Wars and the 6 movies are canon.
Sure.
So basically what that meant, though, was that every Easter egg that Dave Filoni put in the Clone Wars was also still canon.
Mm-hmm.
And so Delta Squad from Republic Commandos gets a cameo in Witch of the Mist, which means that they're canon. So
It's okay, because I'm sure if we look into Republic Commando with too much scrutiny, I'm sure there's issues that pop up.
well, the whole game
Conflicts.
the whole game as a whole, as it happened, isn't canon, but the characters in it are.
Okay, the game isn't canon, but the characters are
The
canon.
characters
Okay.
in it are canon. They existed. They're in Star Wars. That's good enough for me.
They fought for the Wookiees.
Wookiees.
Return to Monk.
I haven't gotten that far in the game. I kind of called it quits when I was in the Separatist ship on Geonosis.
I think you got to finish Geonosis. I think Geonosis has by the end of it is pushing you to your limit of what you can do in the game. I think the Ghost Republic ship is fine, and I enjoyed fighting Trandoshans. I think fighting with the Wookiees is fine, but I think like that end mission was a real like
I just like it didn't have much story,
mm-hmm.
and so the combat without nostalgia, because I didn't get to play it as a kid.
Sure.
So without nostalgia, the combat was just not enjoyable.
Sure.
And so without story to like you know, the combat in Mass Effect 1 was not enjoyable, but the story kept me going.
Oh yeah, you know, at the very least it has like so many lore tabs that
Codex read to you.
are wonderful.
They got a guy who literally his only job, he's hired by Mass Effect to just read the lore tabs. And so you click on it, and you got this guy saying, the Asari is a race of all females who, you know, whatever, like, you know.
Yeah.
I love it. Same with KOTOR. Like, KOTOR without the story would be unplayable. But it has a story so good that you gotta play it. And I think if you like New Vegas, you'd like
Vegas.
KOTOR 2.
Do love me New Vegas.
So, like, you know how New Vegas has those... has the really good special checks
Mm-hmm.
that, like, hey, if your intelligence is low, you can say stupid things.
You didn't say stupid thing. What I really like is that, like, speech options aren't limited to the speech skill.
Right.
Like,
Right,
I
no.
think that was masterful on their part. It was like, We have all these other skills, and
They
hey,
pertain to speech.
one of the best speech skills to have in the game is barter,
Yeah.
which in gameplay sense just makes sure that you can buy things cheaper and
Right.
sell things for a little higher. Like that's
That's what it's
it
supposed
does
to
in-
be.
That's what it does in gameplay. It's a boring
Right.
trait, and they made it interesting when
Yeah.
you had good options with
Yeah.
it.
And so with KOTOR 2, not 1, because KOTOR 2 is Obsidian, is the same way. We're like, hey, if you don't dump any points in intelligence, you can have a speech option that says, like, intelligence, and the thing you say is just stupid.
Yeah.
And it's like, that's great. So, like, you know, and they do that with all of them. So theirs is the attributes for KOTOR.
Mhm.
So you've got speech, or not speech, persuade. You have persuade, computer, repair, intelligence, awareness, things like that. And so, like, if you have high awareness, you can sense in the force when someone is lying to you. And so, like, you just have like a thing that says, you know, brackets awareness. You're lying to me. I'm like, I didn't know they were lying to me, but I'll click that. And so it's really cool. Like, KOTOR 2 has that. You know what Obsidian does. They don't make new games. They take the existing engine and they make a new-ish game using the existing engine.
I don't know. You play some Tyranny, man. Play some Tyranny.
All right, but you know, New Vegas to Fallout 3 is very similar to KOTOR.
Yeah.
To KOTOR 2. You know, they had.
I'm willing to bet from everything I've heard about KOTOR,
Mhm.
much better game than
Did Fallout
Fallout
3?
3.
Oh,
much better game.
well, okay, so take a game as good as KOTOR
yeah.
and then put Obsidian on the sequel.
Yeah.
And give them 14 months to make a game.
That was 14 months.
14 months.
Gosh, what's with Obsidian and like? I think what the game industry has learned is that every other studio needs as much time as possible, except for
Except for
Obsidian. Obsidian, give them like,
Give them a week.
give them half a year and a half, and be like, you gotta deliver us this game, or else we're gonna lock away your families. And Obsidian's gonna roll up and just toss down a masterpiece and be like, leave us alone! Please! You can't keep doing this to us!
They had like less than a year and a half. They had a year and 2 months to make KOTOR 2. And
Yeah.
people, and I'm not in the camp. I see the merit of the camp, and I support the people in this camp.
Mm.
But there is a camp of people who say it's better than KOTOR 1.
Alright.
And I'm like, you know what? I've played not quite half of it, but we'll say close to
Well,
half.
then how can you come to that conclusion?
I'm saying that's why I included that information, because I think it's relevant. At the point of playing almost half the game, I put about 30 hours into it.
Okay.
Like, I see that camp, and I believe in you. Like, you know, like, if you like... For me, personally, it's just because I like Revan, and I like his story. So, I think that no matter how good KOTOR 2 is, it just can't... It can't give me what I like about Revan. But, man, oh man, does it come close. Oh my goodness. It's so... And I will admit that the... like, the mechanics in it... Because they don't introduce new combat mechanics. I mean, barely. Like, you know, you got a couple new abilities you can
But they
unlock.
kind of refine it.
They
and
refine
like,
it a little bit. They introduced a crafting system, which I'm not normally a fan of in video games. But the way you dialogue with people, they just upped it to a new level with the speech checks. And, like, to the degree that it's kind of lame.
Yeah.
Because, so there's supposed to be this big twist
Sure.
in KOTOR 2. And I think it was supposed to be a twist. I don't know.
We haven't gotten far enough.
Well, I think it was supposed to be a twist.
But one of your
I-
dialogue options spoiled it.
My dialogue, I'm so intelligent. I was like, yeah, like, I asked this character, like, so are you a Jedi or a Sith? And they're like, oh, you know, maybe I'm neither, maybe I'm both. Like, why do I have to be one or the other? And I'm like, so the intelligence option was, okay, but what were you?
Mm-hmm.
And so they tell me that they were a Sith. And I get a nice little cutscene. I was like, this feels like it was supposed to be a twist. And then I look online, everyone talks about that as the twist. I'm like, I unlocked that on the second planet because my intelligence was too high. Like, I'm like, thanks. Like, I kind of wish I had gotten that as a twist. To be fair, that was spoiled to me a long time ago. I already knew that happened. But
The moment of it.
even playing it on my own, I was like, I still got this really early because of my intelligence check, and I passed it. So I got that reveal super early in the game.
Unlike John Graham, who is the most ruthless, unmovable character ever put to video games.
I'll tell you what. I'll finish when I finish KOTOR 2. I'll go into Fallout New Vegas. If you play KOTOR and KOTOR 2,
I gotta play both KOTORs.
you gotta play both.
Okay.
They're available on mobile, too.
I don't know if that's a good choice.
Honestly, it's turn-based combat. It lends itself really well to a mobile
My
game.
phone, like, it only has 720p.
The game runs native on 720p
It's
without mods.
perfect.
So
It will be a masterpiece.
So here's the thing: KOTOR 2 needs a mod called the Restored Content mod because Obsidian couldn't finish it in time.
Sure.
So the files are there, they just weren't in. So modders have taken and finished the game basically.
That's kind of them.
Yeah. So you can play the game as Obsidian wanted it to be played.
They did the last 4 months of work.
It's the last 4 months of work because they need a year and a half.
They need a year and a half.
And they got a year and 2 months.
It's clear they need a year and a half to do a game.
It's just like Obsidian, like
Unlike all the rest of these studios, they're just like, we need 10 years to make a game.
basically what happened was they went to BioWare and they were like, "Hey, we want a sequel," and they're like, "Nah, we kind of want to make our own space fantasy, Mass Effect. Why don't you give it to Obsidian? They love working on time crunches and finishing other people's games." And they went to Obsidian and they were like, "Sure, we'll do it.
We'll make your RPG.
We'll make your RPG." And it feels very similar to Fallout New Vegas in the I don't know, like, what makes Fallout New Vegas different is that Obsidian pretty much started Fallout, right? Didn't they? Or did they do Fallout 2?
No, they did Fallout and Fallout 2 kind of the people who started Obsidian.
Right.
Yeah, because the company was
What's different about KOTOR is they took on someone else's project.
Mhm.
And the amount of care that they show towards the original KOTOR is not what I expected from another developer picking up the game. It's like, oh, you guys actually like really did your research in the first KOTOR and sunk your teeth into it and are representing it really well. Now, here's the thing. Here's why I'm saying you have to play both. KOTOR 2, I think you'll like better.
Sure.
But so much of it depends on your understanding of KOTOR 1.
Okay.
Kind of like when you recommended, like, hey, you'll love Mass Effect 2.
Yeah.
But you got to play Mass Effect 1 first. And
Little did I know, I was wrong on both accounts. What he really liked was Mass Effect 3. It's okay. He's explained it to me, and it makes sense. We don't need to get into that.
I do like... No, so Mass Effect 2 is better. I enjoy playing 3 more.
Okay.
But that's because I like weighty emotional moments. Which is probably one of the main reasons I like Rogue One. So Mass Effect 3 has a lot of weighty emotional moments.
I guess I just don't feel like the weighty emotional moments in Rogue One feel earned. I don't know. we'll watch it
We'll
very
watch it.
soon.
We'll talk about
watch
it.
it very soon, and because I'll tell you one thing, I was nowhere close to feeling any emotion. I was as
In Rogue One?
in. No, I felt there were a couple scenes that got me close, but I think for the most part, I felt about as emotional as the actress Jyn Erso was.
She has a couple moments where the emotions come out. She's no Brie Larson.
Point being, well, I think I know the moments that few moments that you're talking about. It's like, that's all right.
I like Felicity Jones. I do. And I don't know. I mean,
Also, I feel like Saul was kind of wasted time. I like him. It's a great idea.
oh, Saw.
Saw. I
Saw
like Saw.
was underused, and
But it was also like it was either you have to like do more
yeah.
or just take it all out.
No, and I agree with you there because even like they're making a big deal about Saw because he's a Clone Wars character.
Yeah.
And it was the first time a Clone War or an animated character was brought to live action.
Mm-hmm.
So that was a big deal. But I remember watching it and it's like, he is not in it a lot, and his impact is very small. I will say Rogue One is one of those movies that just gets better every time you rewatch it. Because you don't feel like you start to feel like the amount you get with each character is enough because everything they give you is so comprehensive. But with Saw, I will agree there was something lacking. And he was supposed to be in the original movie more. I don't know why they cut him out. Probably time. Probably to keep it under 3 hours. All I want is an 8-hour Star Wars movie. That's all I want.
I'll take it. Stop being cowards. Specifically you, Bob Iger. Oops.
Isn't he not in charge of Disney anymore?
I mean, he was in charge of the 2-year Disney cycle.
The 2-year Disney cycle?
He was
He was in charge during Rogue One. He was in charge during Rogue One.
Yeah.
But I don't think he is anymore.
Maybe, I don't know. Who can tell what Bob Iger is up to these days? Maybe his shadow moves on its own. I'm looking at you, Bill. You know what I'm talking about.
It's because he likes Dracula movies.
No, that was like one of the best parts of Bram Stoker's Dracula with Francis Ford Coppola and Gary Oldman Dracula was that his shadow would like continuously like be doing other things in the background while like Dracula's just sitting there like and the shadow would be like reaching across the screen and
that's awesome.
it was a really cool idea, except the movie was awful. Like there's so much good stuff in that movie and it's awful.
Oh man. All right, so I'm going to take last comments before we wrap things up because it's now 12:30.
Oh no, it's 12:30.
It is.
Okay, last comments.
So let's see. KOTOR 2 KOTOR 2 came out the same time as the Revenge of the Sith game.
Revenge of the Sith game?
It was basically like a Mortal Kombat clone.
Ooh.
But Star Wars. It was actually really fun. It really was. I had a ton of fun playing that game. I acknowledge that objectively it's a terrible game, but it was so much fun.
All right, the more you know.
Between the two KOTOR games, I prefer the first one, says Bill. But there's some aspects of KOTOR 2 that I really enjoy. So far, I'm in the same camp. I'll say that what I said earlier. KOTOR 1 did a much better job of introducing companions. So by the time you have Bastila or Karth, or not Karth, but Canderous, or, even Mission or Zalbar, you know who these characters are. You've encountered them in the world, you've seen them, they have a reputation.
Mm-hmm.
Even T3, the astromech droid, or Karth to a lesser degree, or Juhani, like, you know who they are before they join you. And so, like, there's kind of this build-up. With KOTOR 2, it's just kind of like you meet them and then they're on your squad. You don't have any time to get to know them. But what I will say is what they do really well is once they're on your team, you can get to know them really well, and they're really well developed. The problem is that, like, that's one of the things I love about Mass Effect 2 was there's this insane build up to these companion characters, even the ones you've known before, where, like, the whole mission, you're hearing about all the cool things they're doing, and then you get them, and now they're on your team. So, like, that's one of the things I really liked about KOTOR 1, is that KOTOR 2, the build-up wasn't there.
Okay.
Let's see. Kreia, she was one of the best things about KOTOR 2, and I think most people would agree with that. Kreia is amazing. She's kind of one of those characters that, like, if you have complaints about the way the Star Wars world works, she's an in-universe representation of those complaints. She's kind of this Jedi mentor or Force imbued mentor character.
Okay.
Where, like, she comes at you as, like, Jedi Master, but she's super, like, not what you normally get in Star Wars.
Huh.
Where she has this philosophy of the world. It's very hard to pin down. Like, as an example, she's like, oh, like, if you give charity to someone, then you're empowering their weakness, like breaking a butterfly out of their cocoon. Look at all the struggles you've been through, and you came out, and you're stronger because of it. You're robbing them of the opportunity to be stronger. You're doing evil by giving to people. She's so, like, and it's like, it's not like you agree with Kreia.
Yeah.
But she makes you think about things. It's not just like normal RPG where, like, oh, someone comes up to you and asks you for money, you give them money, and now you get light side points. It's like, yeah, you can get the light side points, but then she's gonna be like, yeah, but you kind of screwed them over, and you did a greater evil to them than you could have possibly done by, not giving them something they haven't earned.
Huh.
It's so, like, in an RPG especially, out of place. And it's remarkable because of it. There's a reason why she's one of the most, like, talked about characters in the Star Wars expanded universe. You'll like Kreia. Even if you hate Kreia, you'll like Kreia because she offers something that's completely unique for Star Wars.
Yeah, sounds like a character I'd like.
Bob Chapek is the current CEO of Disney. I forgot about that. Or I forgot his name. Bill says that he sees Kreia as an extreme version of Qui-Gon Jinn.
Ooh,
Interesting. I've never
okay.
thought about it that way, but it does kind of fit. Yeah, she's interesting. I can't.
Well, so there's a chance I might get to it.
You got to get to it because it's if you like Obsidian and what they do, KOTOR 2, and you've got an Android, so that means you can have KOTOR 2 and the restored content mod on your phone.
Wonderful. All
And
right.
like I said, it lends itself really well to a mobile game. So, anyway, guys, I think that's all the comments we've got right now, which means it is time to say goodnight. I want to thank you all so much for sitting with us and watching Seven Samurai, which really thankful to have finally gotten to see it. I will say, very positive experience. I'm very
A little dated, admittedly.
it's very dated, but I think that it is one of those movies you have to say it's good for an old movie, or rather, it's great for an old movie.
Yeah.
But you do have to say for an old movie. So remembering that it was made in 54.
54.
Mm-hmm. And or rather released in 54. It's phenomenal, and I can see all of the influences into Star Wars. Hidden Fortress, that's the one that has the Imperial logo.
That's the one. That's the movie.
Yeah.
Hidden Fortress.
Hidden Fortress.
Boom. There we go.
So now it's on my list. But
Don't even watch Hidden Fortress. If you want to watch another movie, watch Ron. There we go.
This was cool. Like I was really thankful to get to watch this because it's referenced so frequently in Star Wars, and it's good to be able to have finally see it so that commenters can't flex on me anymore.
Yeah. Now you get to flex on them and say that you thought half the characters were boring.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll say 3 out of 7. 3 out of 7 were boring.
They're just kind of there, and now you get to say that with like assuredness.
Yeah.
It's not you counting on someone else.
It's kind
You
of
know for a fact that they have no grounds to defend themselves. 3 out of those 7 were just kind of there.
yeah. I kind of liked it better when I was ignorant because I could just not say anything. But we got to do Rogue One.
Rogue One.
Because the deal was I had to watch this before we comment on Rogue One. So that'll be soon. We're gonna try. I'm gonna hopefully do this next week. I've got a lot of sponsorships for March. So
Oh.
I have 5 more sponsorships for March.
You're so unfortunate.
It's not. It's just a time crunch.
Oh, so terrible life
So-
he leads. Getting sponsorships.
We got 3 more from Kyberlight, and then we've got Keeps.
Manscaped.
I already did the Manscaped one.
You already did the Manscaped
Wait,
one.
did I? No, never mind. Manscaped is coming up. Keeps Manscaped, and then 3 more Kyberlight. So 5 more, because I did Monster Legends today, which
All right.
I'm sorry for that one. The rest I stand behind. Monster Legends. They are a mobile app, and if you're into mobile MMORPGs, check them out. But if you're not, don't.
The monsters look like Pokemon.
That's what I said. Like the monsters look like Pokemon. They're like, nah, you can't say that. They weren't saying.
Can't say they're cute.
You can't say they're cute, but
They're
are cute.
very spooky monsters.
They're like, well, we've got scary monsters. I'm like, everyone has scary monsters. That doesn't set you apart.
Does everyone, I would be real with you. I think there's more games with non-spooky monsters.
Okay, everyone has monsters that try to look scary.
Oh goodness, they do have a lot. There are a lot of games with try-hard spooky monsters. And
Yeah.
It's just like, that's
Why not just embrace the cute? Like, just like
it's adorable.
have one of those MMORPG mobile battle games, but with like Pokemon knockoffs.
But it's only Bulbasaurs.
only Bulbasaurs and Eevees.
Yeah, there we go. I'm sold on that.
This would be great.
Yeah.
So no, like, if that's your thing, go for it. But if not, don't. But
He
Kyberlight,
understands.
I stand by that one.
Although, if you want him to continue making these videos, maybe download that app and say that you were sent there because of Lore Star, because otherwise the debt collectors will break his fingers and there might not be any more Lore Star videos. It's a little true.
Support Kyberlight. Support Audible.
Don't let the debt collectors break Lore Star's fingers. He needs you to manscape yourself, or else they're coming for him. They're outside right now.
They're outside.
I can hear them. They sound like a pack of coyotes. Maybe it is a pack of coyotes. Nobody knows.
Up here, coyotes is more likely.
Not a gang of Monster Squad.
You know what? Honestly, it's about 50-50.
It's not the Monster Squad ad team.
Monster Legends.
I'm gonna go with Monster Squad because that was a good movie.
Monster Squad.
It was Goonies but Halloween themed.
Oh gosh. It's funny though because it wasn't the plan, but today's video was 10 legends that are still canon, and then there's Monster Legends as the sponsor.
If you want more legends, what a transition that would have been.
Monster Legends didn't. Whatever. They kind of. They were one of those people that were like, oh, you kind of have to read the script. I'm like, I'll never work with them again because I don't like advertisers that are like, you have to read the script. Like, no, I want to say what I want to say. Like, if you're not going to let me say what I'm going to say. And Monster Legends is the only people, aside from. There's another one that was like, you have to read our script. And I can't remember who it was because it was a long time ago. Because most everyone, they're either cool about it or my ad manager is really good at pushing back against them.
Mm-hmm.
Like with Adam and Eve, we kind of had a little back and
There
forth.
was some back and
Because
forth.
I only agreed to it on those conditions, and then they kept trying to push back. I'm like, no, we agreed on this. We're sticking with that.
Yeah.
And then, Raid kept pushing back against me.
That's Raid.
And that's Raid. And I was like, but the stuff they pushed back on me with was so stupid.
Huh.
It was literally like power grab. Like, you didn't use, like, you used this clip here. We'd rather use this clip. I'm like, then you should have given me that clip at the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
But they, like, deliberately withheld it so that they could tell me they wanted that clip there. It was dumb. But, like, with Raid, my whole thing was, like, that was in my contract. I will only do this if you let me deliberately make fun of you.
Hey, and you know what? Raid isn't all that bad. It paid for a bunch of lightsabers.
A bunch of lightsabers.
Some lucky soul will get a dark saber. Could it be you? It might be because you're still watching.
And you tend to comment on every video, so your chances are pretty high. So, all right, guys. Well, thank you so much for watching. I do have to close it down because we're now at
Don't look at the time.
45.
Don't look at the time. It's not real until you look at it.
Thank you guys so much. We'll hopefully see you next week, but I'll keep you updated in the community tab and the Discord. But in the meantime, may the Lord be with you now and forever.
Will you keep me updated?
I'll keep you updated.